bow would not allow the cowardly Trojan prince to bring down another Greek hero. He struck straight at the Trojan prince, who felt intense pain, much greater than a normal wound. Paris cried out in pain as he was accosted by his brother Deiphobus. But they did not know that the arrow had been bathed in the poisonous blood of the Hydra of Lerna. Few people in the world knew the antidote to that poison. The Trojans managed to repel the Greek attack, but the prince and heir to the throne lay dying on his bed. No Trojan physician knew how to help him. Paris remembered Oenone, the nymph to whom he had vowed love before he met Helen. She knew the secrets of Earth. Paris was closer to the nymph's dwelling at the foot of Mount Ida. The Trojan prince threw himself at Oenone's feet and begged for help, but time and bitterness had hardened the nymph's heart. She told the prince to seek salvation in Helen, whom he had chosen as his wife. With great pain in her heart, Oenone refused to render aid to the only love of her life. By the time the men carrying Paris returned to Troy, the prince's spirit had departed for Hades. Helen mourned the death of Paris. Meanwhile, Deiphobus and his brother Helenus fought to decide who would be the new husband of the world's most beautiful woman. Paris's body burned on the funeral pyre. Hidden, the nymph Oenone saw everything. She felt enormous pain and guilt for having let her beloved Paris die. In an act of love and desperation, the nymph threw herself into the flames and burned to ashes, holding her beloved. Upon Paris's death, Helen was forced to marry Prince Deiphobus. An enormous sadness plagued Helen's heart, and she felt guilty for the mistakes she had made in the past, which had led to the deaths of thousands of men and were the root of tremendous unhappiness. At this stage of the war, the other women of Troy hated Helen. She could see the contempt in their eyes. She was held guilty for all the tragedy in the kingdom of Troy. Outside the walls, Odysseus pondered how he could break the last prophesied barrier that prevented the city from being taken. The city of Troy would not fall if they had the Palladium of Athena within their walls. But the cunning Odysseus devised a plan to enter the city. He needed the help of his friend Diomedes. Diomedes beat and whipped Odysseus as if he were the worst of criminals. This scourging was essential to Odysseus' plan. Odysseus put on a tattered tunic and knocked at the gates of Troy for help. The disguised Odysseus deceived the Trojans, saying he was a foreign merchant, captured by the Greeks while trying to smuggle supplies into Troy. He said he almost died after being tortured for days on end, but had managed to escape during the night. Helen, hearing that man's voice, was sure that she already knew him. To clear up any doubts, she said that her maids would take care of the visitor. Helen's handmaidens bathed Odysseus and tended to his wounds. When Odysseus put on the new clothes that were offered to him, Helen entered his quarters. Seeing the king of Ithaca clean and without his hood, she recognized him immediately. She told Odysseus to be quiet, for she would not alert the Trojans about the spy who was now within the walls. After all, she was there only as a slave. During the night, Odysseus sneaked to Athena's temple. With the help of the gods, the guard experienced a heavy sleep. Odysseus entered the temple and stole the palladium that protected the city. In his escape from Troy, under Athena's protection, he eliminated the guards standing in his way, and the palladium prophecy had been solved. After showing off the palladium to all the Greek warriors, the leaders of the Achaeans motivated the troops to prepare for the ultimate assault on the city of Troy. The Trojan archers, standing on the walls, continued to repel the attempted assault. But the brilliant Odysseus came up with an innovative strategy. The Greek warriors advanced together, shoulder to shoulder, with their shields raised. They looked like a great turtle. The Trojans' arrows were useless against Odysseus's formation, and the soldiers went towards the gates. They began to strike the gate with axes and quickly brought it down. But Aeneas stood over the Trojan gate, asking the gods to help him stop the Greeks from conquering Troy that day. The Dardanian prince was empowered by the gods. Using this divine power, he pushed a large block of stone, causing it to fall from the top of the wall. The great impact of the block claimed the lives of nearly a dozen warriors and injured several others. Once again, the Greeks were repulsed. They fled, thinking that the gods did not wish Troy to fall into the Achaeans' hands. The Greek chiefs were extremely discouraged. The war was already 10 years old, and all their effort and sacrifice seemed to have been in vain. But Odysseus would again display all his genius by devising one of the most famous ruses in history. After 10 years of war, the Trojan sentries noticed during the night that a flash from many flames lit up the skies over the Greek camp. There were large columns of rising smoke, as something very strange was happening. The next morning,
for you, every day is day one. Day one for you to build 100. On the at work, because it's your job to give your all. $100 with the king. And on the second floor, listen, you know why it's wet? Your pizza is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
Scouts called the Trojan nobles to contemplate the miracle that had happened. The Greek camp had been abandoned. The Achaeans had left. But in that desolate scene, a huge wooden horse stood out. The gigantic equine had been built from Greek ships, which no longer had sailors to command them, for they had perished in battle. That monument was certainly meant for the gods. They found a Greek man scourged and tied to a pole. He said his name was Sinon, and that he had been left behind as a sacrifice to the gods. This way, the Achaeans could safely return home. Sinon was interrogated and asked why the Greeks had suddenly left after enduring a 10-year siege. He said that the Greeks had angered the goddess Athena, who was on their side. She was deeply offended by the theft of the Palladium, which was in the goddess's temple in Troy. As a result, a great plague spread among the Achaeans. Without divine support, the Achaeans realized it was impossible to conquer Troy and decided to return home. He said that the gigantic horse was an offering to the gods. Its shape was grandiose to prevent the Trojans from taking it to Troy. After all, the gods would certainly favor whoever possessed that tribute, and they feared that, with the gods siding with the Trojans, Troy would exact a ghastly revenge on the Greek city-states. King Priam, his nobles and priests, discussed what to do with the great wooden horse. Some wanted to burn it, but that would anger the gods. Others wanted to leave it where it was. But the glory of carrying that offering to the gods to the temple square in Troy was irresistible. Cassandra, the discredited priestess, begged the Trojans to burn the cursed monument. for it would ruin Troy. However, she was once again ignored, and they still scoffed at her, who had predicted years earlier Troy's defeat in the war. But the Trojans did not know that lurking inside the horse were dozens of Greek warriors. Among them were Odysseus, Menelaus, Diomedes, Pyrrhus, and Epeius, a magnificent carpenter responsible for building the gigantic horse. With considerable effort, the Trojans pulled the horse up to the gates of the city. The great gate was partially demolished so that the huge horse could pass through it. In a nearby creek, the great Greek armada was hidden. Thousands of soldiers were waiting for the signal to attack. The great wooden horse was stationed in the center of the temple square inside the city of Troy, and a great feast began. The whole city celebrated the victory over the Greeks after 10 long years of war. The king opened the doors of the royal cellar and offered his entire stock of beverages to the people. Everyone was to celebrate that great day with joy and plenty. As night advanced, the city fell silent. The people of Troy were fast asleep after the long day of celebration. Suddenly, a trap door opened in the belly of the wooden horse. Dozens of warriors began to emerge from that hiding place. The Greeks stealthily initiated their way to control the city gates. The sentries were surprised to be attacked from behind by the heroes infiltrating the city. At the top of the wall, a fire was sent to the tens of thousands of warriors outside the walls. The gates had been conquered. Led by Agamemnon, the gigantic Greek army stormed the city and started a massive bloodbath. Unarmed young men and women were not spared. The bloodthirsty rage of the Achaeans seemed unlimited. Many Trojan men, even without proper weapons and armor, tried to stop the Greek advance. But Troy's fate was sealed. Nothing could stop them. Achilles' son led the men in the final assault on the royal palace, the last stronghold of Trojan resistance. The Trojan War was nearing its end. After invading the city of Troy, the Greeks indulged in scenes of extreme violence. Ares, the god of war, could not be more pleased with the rivers of blood that flowed through the city streets. Inside the royal palace, the Trojan nobility was terrified. They knew that the Greeks would be merciless. A terrible fate awaited all of King Priam's subjects. Aeneas led a heroic resistance, halting the demands of the Achaeans and buying time for many Trojan citizens to escape the city. All hope of victory for the Trojans had gone up in smoke. Achilles' son, Odysseus and Menelaus, broke down the door of the royal palace, and the goddess of victory stood beside them. Menelaus' blood boiled as he searched for Helen of Troy. He had an enormous desire for revenge. Odysseus was fighting the last men of the royal guard, who, even though outnumbered, offered strong resistance. While Neoptolemus cornered King Priam of Troy in the temple of Zeus, King Priam raised his sword for the last time. The king's white hair did not move the son of Achilles, who pierced the old man's belly with his sword. Menelaus found Helen in the chamber of Prince Deiphobus, her new husband. The Spartan king wished to dye the room with the couple's red blood. Deiphobus raised his sword and advanced against Menelaus, but he didn't stand a chance against Ares' prince's warrior, who killed the prince and watered his head. Helen came face to face with the man she betrayed and abandoned. Menelaus was bathed in Deiphobus' blood and huffed like an angry bull. The queen of Sparta was returned, for she knew that the best Hades. But the gods had not yet abandoned Helen of Troy. Her ally, the goddess Aphrodite, caused an aura to emerge around Helen. This aura emphasized all the exuberant beauty of the Spartan queen, almost blinding Menelaus. Repentant for her actions, Helen offered her body to Menelaus' blade, The son of Atreus could not consummate his revenge, for he was still in love with this woman. Seeing her husband falter, Helen embraced him and asked for forgiveness, saying that she still loved him. Without speaking a word, Menelaus dropped his weapon and accepted the embrace of the woman he loved so much, to the point of trying to lead him into war. The battle for the royal palace was over. All the descendants of the Trojan nobility were dead. None of King Priam's sons had survived. Queen Hecuba, the prophetess Cassandra, and the princess Andromeda had been arrested and their fate handed over to the Greek leaders to be shared as slaves. But the fate of Astyages, the son of the great hero Hector, was still uncertain. He was the last living heir of Priam's lineage. With victory accomplished, the Greeks pillaged and burned Troy to the ground. Aeneas managed to escape the city, carrying Anchises, his crippled old father, on his back, and hauling his son, Ascanius. He fled to distant lands, giving rise to a proud people known as the Romans. As Troy burned in flames, the goddesses Hera and Athena rejoiced that they had achieved their long-awaited revenge against Troy. Agamemnon was pleased by his large share of Troy's plunder. He also received Cassandra, a prophetess of the Trojans ignored, leading them to such a hideous fate. But one last sad and terrible scene put an end to the war. Astyanax was torn from the arms of Andromeda, who wept in despair. From atop the walls of Troy, Neoptolemus hurled the poor child towards certain death. The Greeks agreed that they could not leave the last heir of Priam's house alive. After all, Hector's blood ran in the child's veins, and if he grew up as strong as his father, his revenge on the Achaeans would be terrible. After 10 years of war, the Greek heroes and their men returned to Pella. Despite the many glories and treasures, the return home was difficult. United, they fought for the honor of their land. For millennia, the muses would inspire idols and minstrels to sing the names of the great men who sacrificed their blood at Troy. Those achievements became immortal.
Simple questions we want to come to and what is considering. This is a true case of old and cold. Shaft of life.
I'm in my 20s, but I already have savings for a car and my own house. Let me tell you the secret. This is all from trading on the table.
The stories of Greek mythology are full of great heroes, but none faced such difficult challenges as Hercules. His story began when Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, fell in love again with a beautiful young mortal, Alcmene. She was married to Amphitryon, the king of Tiryns. Amphitryon had left with his army to fight in the city of Thebes, and Zeus took advantage of the king's absence to visit the queen. The god assumed the form of Amphitryon and united with Alcmene, who suspected nothing. Upon returning home from his military campaign, Amphitryon suspected his wife's infidelity and ordered her to be burned at the stake. But Zeus emerged and salvaged Alcmene. He revealed that he was the father of one of the babies the queen was expecting, for Alcmene was also pregnant with the king's child. Amphitryon felt honored to raise the child of the god of gods and forgave his wife. Zeus had great plans for the child. A prophecy said that the first great-grandson of the hero Perseus would be king of the glorious city of Mycenae. Alcmene was the hero's granddaughter, so her child would be entitled to the crown. However, her cousin was also pregnant. The goddess Hera was furious at her husband's infidelity and forced Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to hasten the birth of Eurystheus. Due to the premature birth of his son, Hercules lost his right to the crown of the glorious city of Mycenae. After a difficult labor, Hercules and his brother Iphicles were finally given birth. The baby Hercules was vigorous, and there was no doubt as to which of them was the son of the Lord of the universe. Hera's jealousy became uncontrollable. Enraged, she sent 2 poisonous serpents to kill the babies. The serpents slithered into the cradle where Hercules and his brother were sleeping. Alcmene awoke, startled by Iphicles' cry, and found baby Hercules strangling a snake in each hand. Fearing further reprisals from the goddess, Alcmene took her son into the forest and abandoned him on a trail, hoping he would be picked up by someone. However, as fate would have it, 2 goddesses found the abandoned baby. They were Athena and Hera. Not knowing it was Hercules, the goddesses were impressed by the child's vigor. Athena blessed him with superior courage and cunning. Hera offered him her breast and suckled him with divine milk, food that would confer a power superior to almost all other demigods. Hercules sucked on Hera's breast with such force that, due to pain, she pushed the baby away, and a gush of divine milk into the heavens, giving birth to the Milky Way.
Hey, Retro Game, what's up? How are you? How are you, bro? How are you there? It's good to have you here, Retro Game. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm looking for my watch hour, so I'm running two different live streams. I can see people here. Your son. Well, you know, like, the system is different from, because the light affects this camera here. But this camera, the light is different entirely. So that's why daytime, during the daytime when I'm doing my live streams, I have to put it off. So the light can come perfectly directly.
Hercules was the subject of King Eurystheus, was his cousin. He had only obtained the crown thanks to the goddess Hera, who did not want the bastard son of Zeus to inherit the crown. Hercules obeyed his cousin with frustration, but when the monarch decided to impose his first labors on him, the dismayed hero decided to consult the oracle at Delphi to find out whether he should continue to obey a man he considered inferior. The oracle told him the power usurped by Eurystheus.
Like done, thank you very much, Richard David. Like done. If you have any ninja, sub me with those moves. I'm going to do that, Retro. I'm going to do that. Retro, you can also give me some like. You can also give me some like to this live stream. Drew, what's up? How you doing? Right now I'm using my phone too. I'm on live too.
Upon realizing what had happened, Hercules
I'm on live too.
went into a great depression in his defense.
I'm on two live.
Hercules was found by Theseus, a great admirer of the hero. He reached out his hand.
But the other live I only have 7 likes, yo.
Time healed the wound.
Hey bro, I'm cool. I have bro. Cool.
Therefore, he could cleanse himself of the horrific sins of his family.
Cool.
Hercules had made himself available to serve his cousin Eurystheus, king of Mycenae. But the king feared.
I mean, what are you doing, my love?
So Eurystheus.
I'm doing good. You can see me.
He was to
Now I'm smoking.
Gigantic lion, which terrorized the forests of Argos.
I'm smoking.
The beast attacked.
I mean, you haven't told me you haven't told. I mean, you haven't told me. You haven't told me like where you are from.
People said the beast was the offspring of a monstrous typhon and the evil echidna.
What are you doing right now?
It was rumored that the sun was indestructible.
Okay, start what? What should I start? I mean, why is that? Elani. I love his name. Elani. Hey, big up the flag. This is to you from here. I got some of that live stream. I got 2 live streams on. How you doing? It's good to see you on my live stream. Young blood, read the message I sent you, please. Oh, I'm gonna check it. Okay. I'm checking. I'm gonna check it. Let me check my phone. Oh my God!
But Hercules was no ordinary man, as the blood of Zeus flowed strongly in his veins. The demigod fired an arrow at the animal's head, but
Okay.
it bounced off the impenetrable hide.
I'm from Iran. Oh, I mean, don't worry. I love anybody from any place.
Hercules and the
Okay.
lion leapt against each other.
I
The
mean,
lion showed his powerful claws as the hero raised
I love
his
anybody
claws.
from any place. So
Hercules
you
struck
can
the
be
creature's
from any
head with a
place.
devastating blow. Despite
Yes,
the
sir. My
force,
channel is not
the
from
lion
God. My channel is not
resisted
from Padula people.
realizing that
I'm
that
checking
was
it from here.
Hercules and the lion fought hand to hand.
And Drew.
The lion drove his
Drew is
claws
yo.
into his
Drew, what's up, bro? Drew says that. What's up, bro? Bro, I'm fine. You can see.
Hercules
Eh?
arms around
Drew, you made me to be on YouTube live stream. And I was trying to do a silent live stream there. Yeah. I was trying to do a different live stream here. Oh, Fly, I'm checking it right. I'm checking it out right now. Oh, 2 different live streams. I mean, please, for a moment. What do you want for a moment? Tell me what you want for a moment. I mean, tell me what you want for a moment. Tell me what you want for a moment. You have to tell me what you want for a moment. Like, yo, this is a mid girl is asking me like, what? What do you want for a moment? Tell me what you want. I have to live stream on. I have to live stream on. Oh, and I have to check something else. I'll be like 2 phones in my hands. Why? Hey, these people are very like. You see? I'll be having a phone in my hand and I'm having a system. I'm having a laptop on live stream too. Hey, yeah, are these people? Huh? Oh, I mean, slow me down, moment. Please, for a moment. Let me slow you down. I'm going to slow you down. You want me to slow you down? What is the time over there? Where you are right now? What is the time? Oh, hey, y'all go.
Iolaus shouted for Hercules to stop, as he was only making the task even more difficult. They came up with the idea of cauterizing the necks out of which the heads were born. While Hercules cut off the heads, his nephew cauterized the wounds with a torch. One head after the other was defeated. The goddess Hera, Hercules' enemy, watching the hero defeating one more creature, sent crabs to help Hydra, but they only succeeded in distracting the hero for a short time and were eventually crushed. Hercules and Iolaus conquered the last head. Albeit severed, the creature was still alive. The hero threw it into a hole and buried it with a huge stone. The Hydra had exceedingly toxic blood. Aware of this, Hercules dipped his arrows in the monster's poisonous blood and was equipped yet another terrific weapon. Hercules and Iolaus were set to return victorious to Mycenae. The goddess Hera honored the efforts of her minions, who had fought on her behalf by registering them in the stars, creating the Cancer constellation. Hercules had previously defeated the Nemean lion and the Hydra of Lerna. These were two very powerful opponents. Eurystheus' plan to finish Hercules' life was not working, and his rival was becoming more popular every day. Unable to defeat his cousin, Eurystheus came up with a great idea and assigned the hero two new jobs. Hercules was to bring back two creatures alive to Mycenae, the Erymanthean boar and the Ceryneian hind. The Ceryneian hind was one of the wildest animals in existence. Capturing it would be almost impossible, and bringing back the mighty boar without killing it was even more unlikely. Eurystheus knew that Hercules would never return without the animals, because admitting failure was inconceivable for the hero. Hercules left, and the king was confident he would never see him again. More than a year had passed without the hero ever finding the Ceryneian hind. This was no ordinary hind. She was nothing short of splendid, with golden horns and iron hooves. The creature was one of the 5 holy hinds created by the goddess Artemis, but it was the only one that lived free, while the others served the goddess pulling her chariot. Hercules finally managed to get close to the hind and shot one of her legs with an arrow. Wounded, the hind could no longer run and was grabbed by the hero. The goddess Artemis showed up and questioned why the hero was committing such sacrilege. Hercules told her that, by order of the Oracle of Delphi, he was at the service of King Eurystheus. He would be freed after presenting the hind to the king. The goddess allowed Hercules to continue his journey. The hero would now try to capture the mighty Erymanthean boar. The creature was extremely strong, so Hercules would have to use his wit to capture it. Hercules fought the boar, but its great strength prevented the hero from catching it. Since he couldn't kill it, he decided to just tire it out. The hero then chased the boar, leading it to an area where snow was piling up on the ground. The mighty boar had to make a huge effort to go through the hot snow and was ultimately overcome by fatigue. After the animal tumbled down exhausted, Hercules bound its legs and captured it. To everyone's shock, Hercules arrived at the palace of Mycenae, carrying the hind and the boar. Eurystheus, terrified at the sight of such a creature, again hid inside the bronze barrel. Hercules had now accomplished one more of his tasks. King Eurystheus of Mycenae was feeling frustrated at his inability to get rid of Hercules.
Godric's air pocket? Wow!
With PowerGel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godric's air pockets, bye-bye bad smell, and low sneeze fragrance.
How can I start trading?
Sure. Your first step is to download Headway. Start with a no deposit bonus. Choose a trading instrument and open your first trade. Withdraw your earnings with no commission in only 15 minutes. Start trading with Headway and get a 75% bonus on your first deposit.
Hey boss, I have a budget of 40,000 there. Give me a travel backpack. 40,000 there. Are you sure you want to buy all the travel backpacks here? Hey, I just need one. Don't you know Temu is having a limited time flash sale? And you get this travel bag for just 999 there. Really? How's the quality? Have a look at this. The best is the expandable design. You just unzip it and you've gone from a slim 1.5 liter daily bag to a 2.5 liter piece. It's even got a dedicated with rec compartment to keep that item separate from your laptop. And it's got a luggage strap so you can slide it straight onto your suitcase. I recommend it.
Oh, what's up?
It's simple. Just click this
I mean,
download the Temu app.
you want me to stay with my down?
What are you waiting for?
Hero was piling up more glory with every labor he did. Therefore, the king decides to force Hercules to do a degrading job, unworthy for a son of Zeus. In one day, the hero had to clean the great stable of King Aegeus in Elis. The stable had not been cleaned for a long time and had accumulated tons of animal dung. Eurystheus thought that, aside from the task's difficulty, Hercules would refuse to perform such an indecent job. But the hero bowed humbly to his king's wish and set out for the kingdom of Aegeus. The need to be cleansed of his sins was more important than his pride. Hercules stood before King Aegeus and offered his services to clean the stables, but he didn't inform him that he was there at the service of King Eurystheus. Zeus's son bargained with Aegeus for payment for this work, and they reached an agreement. The king believed that cleaning the stable in just one day would be impossible, so he promised to deliver a tenth of his huge flock to the hero. If Hercules failed to complete the job in only one day, he would get nothing. The king called his son to testify to the agreement. Hercules was given a shovel, but he put it aside and headed towards the river Alpheus. With immense strength, Hercules threw large rocks into the river, diverting its course toward Aegeus' stable. The river waters went through the stable doors and washed away all the filth. Hercules then allowed the river to flow back into its natural course. King Aegeus, seeing that the stables were clean and Hercules hadn't even soiled his hands, was astonished. When Hercules went to collect his payment, the king claimed that he had never made such an agreement. But Phineus, his own son, asserted that he had witnessed the deal. Enraged by such treachery, the king expelled Hercules and his son. But Hercules would not take such humiliation. He gathered an army of Thebans and dethroned King Aegeus, installing the honorable Prince Phineus on his father's seat. Another one of his labors was now done. After cleaning out Aegeus' stables, Hercules had to go to Arcadia and finish off the Stymphalian, gigantic birds of prey that terrorized the area near Lake Stymphalia. After a long journey, the hero arrived at the lake. He was amazed by the sheer number of birds. These terrible birds had iron beaks and feathers. They attacked their victims by throwing their sharp metallic feathers. It seemed impossible to accomplish that task with brute force. So he tried to solve the situation with guile. Hercules asked his sister Athena for help, and the goddess of wisdom was decisive. The goddess offered him a musical iron instrument, made by the god Hephaestus in his sacred forge. With these divine drums, Hercules made a deafening noise that drove the birds away. Hercules even managed to shoot down a few birds in mid-flight with his bow and arrows, bathed in the blood of the Hydra. Hercules accomplished one more feat, and the hero then set off towards the island of Crete. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the island of King Minos to capture and tame the fearsome bull of Crete. This was no ordinary bull. The animal was supposed to be sacrificed in honor of the god Poseidon. But because of its qualities, Minos did not want to sacrifice it. Out of revenge, Poseidon caused the bull to feel an uncontrollable rage. Hercules faced the mighty bull, father of the terrible Minotaur. The bull was incredibly strong, and he contended with the hero. But the bovine beast was not strong enough to defeat Zeus's son. Hercules grabbed him by the horns and threw him to the ground. After tying him up, Hercules put the animal on a ship, heading for the Peloponnese. Upon arriving in Mycenae, the bull was presented to Eurystheus. The latter, after confirming that the task had been accomplished, released the animal. The bull roamed around Greece, causing terror wherever it went. On the plains of Marathon, he met yet another formidable
good night.
opponent.
Gotta go,
His
okay,
name
bro.
was
Thank you very
Theseus.
much. God bless you for your support. I really appreciate it a lot. I was amazing, bro.
Hercules was given his eighth
Hey, give me
labor.
my like before
He
you
had
go.
to travel to
I mean,
Thrace
you haven't given
and
me my
bring
like.
with him the famous anthropophagus lands of Diomedes. The latter was the son of Ares, the god of war, and ruled over the Bistonians, a barbaric and cruel people. Diomedes would certainly be the cruelest of the Thracians. He captured the foreigners who entered his lands, taking them to the royal granary. That was the home of the mighty mares. They were so strong that they had to be tied with iron chains. The mares would not eat oats or other grains, for they had acquired a taste for human flesh.
Diomedes used the visitors as a meal for his terrible equines. On the journey to Thrace, Hercules was joined by some friends, such as his nephew Iolaus, and also Abderus, son of Hermes. Upon arriving in Diomedes' kingdom, Hercules was informed of the atrocities the king was committing against visitors to the realm. Diomedes fulfilled the duty of hospitality, a demand from Zeus. Upon learning of the new visitors' arrival, the king and his guards ambushed the new victims. Hercules defeated the royal guard with relative ease. The hero wanted to punish the king for his many crimes. He grabbed the monarch and threw him out to be devoured by his mares. Properly fed, the mares calmed down, and Hercules led them to his ship. But more soldiers appeared, trying to avenge the king. Hercules asked Hermes' son to hold the mares, while the hero and Iolaus fought the soldiers. Once again, the guards were defeated by Hercules with ease. But, upon returning to the ship, Hercules found Abderus dead, being devoured by the mares. Hercules mourned his friend's death. After burying him, he declared that the city of Abdera would be founded there in tribute. In Mycenae, King Eustorius consecrated mares in honor of the goddess Hera. The horses descended from these mares were extraordinary.
Hey, who is there? Just say hello to me. Say hello to me.
Under Alexander the Great, it took part in the conquest of almost the entire known world. Hercules had gathered some heroes to follow him to Themyscira, the kingdom of the Amazons, to accomplish yet another task. The spoiled daughter of King Eurystheus demanded from her father Hippolyta's girdle as a gift. Hippolyta was the Amazonian queen, and due to her achievements in the battlefield, received the girdle from the gods as an honor. To fulfill her daughter's desire, the king sent Hercules to use everything he deemed necessary to bring the girdle to his daughter. Themyscira was a women-only kingdom, and they were famous for being excellent warriors. When he arrived in the kingdom of the Amazons, Hercules was received by Hippolyta, who was stunned by the size of the son of Zeus. Hercules was diplomatic as he talked to the queen, and she retributed the courtesy. They seemed to be coming to an agreement, and Hippolyta would give her girdle to the hero without a drop of blood. But the goddess Hera, the enemy of Hercules, would not allow the bastard son of Zeus to accomplish that task so easily. Disguised, she joined the Amazons and spread the rumor that Hercules had planned to kidnap the queen. To protect Hippolyta, the Amazons armed themselves and attacked Hercules and his fellows. The battle was bloody. Many Amazonians fell on the battlefield. Among the fallen Amazons was the queen Hippolyta. Hercules.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Sweeney? What's up? Are you?
On the way back, the hero passed through Troy, and the city was in terrible trouble.
Why is that message restricted? What is the message restricted? Why is it restricted? Why is it restricted? Why is the message restricted?
And because of that, his daughter was being delivered as a sacrifice to a terrible sea monster. The king promised a reward to the hero if he managed to save his daughter. So Hercules went to fight the creature. It was no match for the mighty son of Zeus and ended up destroyed. Laomedon increased his reputation as a deadbeat and failed to pay the prize to the hero. Hercules was expelled from Troy, but before leaving, he swore revenge and returned to Greece to deliver the girdle of Queen Hippolyta to the sovereign's daughter. King
actually, what do you say?
Hercules as far away as possible.
Oh, you see, you haven't, Rose, you have to give me the light. What's going on? Like, let me get the light.
Of Erythea, near the Iberian Peninsula. The journey was very long,
and no Greek had ever traveled so far and returned. Hercules sailed a long time until he reached a large mountain, which separated the Mediterranean Sea from the Atlantic Ocean. But not even a huge mountain could stop Zeus's son. Hercules used all his strength to split the mountain in two and pulled the halves apart. Thus, the hero connected the Mediterranean to the Atlantic and went on his way. The two great mountains created by the hero became known as the Pillars of Hercules. Today, this place is known as the Strait of Gibraltar. Finally, Hercules reached the island of Eurythia. No Greek had ever dared to approach the oxen of the giant son of Chrysaor, for Geryon was a hideous creature that had several bodies in one. The giant also had a two-headed guard dog named Orthros, brother of Cerberus, the infernal dog. Hercules fought the dog, which, besides having two heads, had a serpent's tail. But not all this ferocity was an obstacle for Hercules. He slaughtered the dog son of Echidna with his mighty club. Hercules stealthily began driving the cattle without attracting the giant's attention. But Hercules' actions did not go unnoticed by Geryon, who attacked him furiously. The fight between Hercules and Geryon was intense, and the hero seemed finally defeated. Hercules realized that the goddess Hera, his enemy, was helping the giant by increasing his courage and strength. Hercules used his bow to shoot an arrow at the goddess. She, wounded, fled to Olympus. The demigod took one of his special arrows, soaked with Hydra's poisonous blood. Even the immortals were not immune to the strong poison of the monster son of Typhon and Echidna. The giant Geryon was slaughtered after undergoing terrible agony. Hercules was finally able to return to Greece, driving the famous Geryon's oxen. Hercules was again traveling the world to perform another labor for King Eurystheus. This time he was to find the famous garden of the Hesperides, bringing back one of their famous golden apples from it. When the goddess Hera married Zeus, she received from Gaia a beautiful tree from which golden apples grew. This tree was tended by the beautiful and delicate Hesperides and watched over by the huge dragon Ladon. In his quest into the garden, Hercules found the titan Prometheus chained to a rock, his liver devoured by a great eagle. During the night, his liver regenerated. The next day, the bird would return to feed again. Prometheus had been punished by Zeus for stealing the sacred fire and giving it to men. Hercules decided that Prometheus had already suffered too much. Something had to be done. He shot down the hateful bird with his bow and broke the chains that bound the titan to the rock. And Prometheus was finally free from his ordeal. As a form of gratitude, Prometheus advises Hercules not to face the mighty dragon. Instead, he should meet with Atlas. Continuing his journey, the hero met the mighty titan Atlas, who was also
what's up? How are you?
Zeus. Atlas had fought against Zeus during the Titanomachy, the great confrontation between gods and titans. The defeated Atlas was forced to bear the entire weight of the celestial sphere on his back for all eternity. The Titan was the Hesperides' father and offered to give Hercules the apples he needed, provided he would hold the celestial sphere while the Titan went to his daughter's garden. Hercules agreed and used all his strength to hold the heavy celestial dome on his shoulders. Atlas left and returned after a while. He was carrying with him the apples that Hercules needed. When he saw the hero, Atlas said, "Here are the apples, but I will deliver them to King Eurystheus myself for you." Hercules realized that he had been the victim of a trick, having to bear the weight of the world on his back for all eternity. At this moment, he uses his wit. "Would you do that for me? You are so kind. I'm sick of my cousin. But before you leave, I want to make a request. Can you support the vault just for a moment so that I can put on the lion skin cloak and protect my back? This is very uncomfortable, as you know." Atlas knew perfectly well the discomfort and decided to help the hero. When the Titan lifted the celestial vault again,
Hercules picked up the apples that had been set on the ground and turned his back, never to return. Upon returning to Mycenae with the apples, the great hero was cheered by Eurystheus' subjects. The jealous king decided that there was only one way to get rid of Hercules for good. He should be sent to the realm of the dead.
Seeing my unused gift cards on Castro has officially become my new favorite life hack. I used to just let them sit around because dealing with it always felt like a chore, but Castro completely changed the game. It's so beautiful and intuitive for new users, and it supports so many different gift card types. Trust me on this one, go download Castro right now.
Sell your gift card, get paid fast.
Gun triple, stretch out, touchdown, roll out, temperature, score rubber bond.
After completing 11 labors that everyone thought impossible, Hercules was beloved by the people, for the hero had rid the world of the most sinister creatures. Eurystheus, whose plan was to finish off Zeus's son, only made him even more glorious. The Mycenaean king could only demand one more labor from Hercules. It was his last chance to get rid of the hero. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the underworld and bring with him the legendary Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog, responsible for watching over his master's kingdom. Before leaving for the kingdom of Hades, the hero was initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis. The rituals of these cults symbolized death and resurrection. Hercules went to a secret cave that gave access to the underground world. At the entrance, he was met by his brother Hermes, the god who led souls to Hades' realm. Guided by the messenger god, Hercules entered the underworld. It was a sinister place filled with lugubriousness. In Hades' realm, the demigod found his friend Theseus still alive, chained to a rock. Theseus had been punished by Hades for trying, together with his friend Pirithous, to kidnap Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Hercules freed his friend from captivity, and Theseus returned to the world of the living. Then Hercules met the boatman Charon, who refused to help Hercules enter his master's kingdom. But the demigod was determined and threatened to destroy Charon and the boat if he did not take him to the other bank of the river Acheron. Faced with such a threat, Charon had no choice and did as Hercules demanded. On the other bank of the river, Hades, the lord of the underworld, was waiting for him. The son of Zeus came face to face with Hades, the lord of the underworld. He asked his permission to take his dog and present it to Eurystheus, with the promise that he would return the animal after completing his work. Hades allowed Hercules to try to capture the three-headed dog, but he could only use his bear to subdue the animal. The hero went after the monster. Upon spotting it, Hercules realized that the beast, besides the three heads, had a serpent's tail. The son of Zeus had already fought every kind of creature and entered the fight without fear. The struggle between the demigod and the monster was intense, but Hercules managed to defeat the creature. The hero brought Cerberus to the surface. Upon contact with sunlight, the dog became nauseous and vomited. Poisonous plants sprouted from where the animal's bark fell. Despite resistance, Hercules dragged the animal to King Eurystheus' palace and presented the creature to the Lord. Faced with the monster, Eurystheus ran in terror into his bronze vat and hid there. Cerberus was released as promised and returned to the underworld. Hercules finally fulfilled his 12th labor. Eurystheus, resigned to the idea that he could not kill Hercules, eventually released the demigod from his duties. Hercules had reached the pinnacle of glory and was seen as mankind's benefactor. But this would not be the end of his journey. The son of Zeus still had difficult adventures and trials ahead of him,
before finally achieving immortality at his father's side.
From $500 into $2,000 in just a few days? It's very simple. Let me show you how. Install the exploration app and create a real account. You decide where the line of job will go, either up or down. If you predict correctly, you will earn real money. By the way, right now, there's a welcome bonus and cashback deal. Try it now.
Say you keep growing money from 1K to millions, start saving with OPay and earn up to 25% interest. OPay never screens you. Transactions are fast and 100% successful. Download OPay now.
At the beginning of everything, chaos took over the universe. It was then that, from a primordial mass, the gods created the sky and the earth. These divine spirits, noticing the world was empty, gave rise to two new deities. Their names were Izanagi and Izanami. The divine couple's mission was to fill the world and create everything that would exist in it. Izanagi and Izanami received a divine spear from the hands of the primordial kami. This artifact was ornamented with precious jewels and possessed remarkable powers. Making use of this instrument, they went to the celestial village, where they created the sacred island of Honogoro. The two gods worked under the utmost harmony and fell in love due to the proximity. The goddess Izanami invited her husband to consummate the union and generate a noble offspring. Izanagi accepted the invitation. But from this union, deformed creatures were born, given that the ritual of the union of the divine couple was distorted, because proposing was not the role of the female deity. The couple decided to unite again, but this time, Izanagi took the initiative and invited the goddess to conduct the ritual of the union. Izanagi and Izanami gave birth to a new generation of gods, and soon created the other islands of the Japanese archipelago. But a tragedy struck the divine couple. Izanami was pregnant again, but something seemed wrong. Izanami passed away, giving birth to Kagutsuchi, the god of fire. She had to leave for Yomi, the world of the dead. Her husband did not accept such a fate and left to bring her back from the underworld. This was an impure place, consumed by corruption and filled with oni and corrupt creatures. The god found his beloved wife in the darkness and wanted to bring her with him, but when Izanagi pointed the light to Izanami, he was horrified. The goddess was in an advanced process of decomposition. Her divine purity had been destroyed by rot. Izanami had fed on the fruits of the underworld, and her bond with Yomi was unbreakable. Izanami, horrified, repudiated Izanami. Furious, she ordered monsters to go after the god, and Izanagi ran away from the world of the dead. He blocked the exit of the underworld with a massive rock, holding Izanagi forever in world. Izanagi's visit to the world of the dead made him feel filthy, and he needed to be purified. The god began to take a ritualistic bath. During it, he gave birth to several deities and spiritual beings, like Kami and Yokai. The god's eyes burned with sadness, and between the tears of Izanagi's left eye, Amaterasu emerged, the brightest divinity that ever existed. Her brightness illuminated everything around her. From the right eye of Izanagi, another remarkable deity emerged. His name was Tsukiyomi, who, although was not as bright as his sister, had a charming luminosity. Finally, dripping from Izanami's nose, appeared the agitated and indomitable Susanoo. The Korean god, contemplating his last 3 children, was proud, and he called them the 3 noble children. Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu were quite close and were often seen together. During those moments, when looking at the sky, it was possible to see the sun and the moon shining together. There was no distinction between day and night. The glorious goddess Amaterasu was invited to a banquet by Ukemochi, the goddess of food. But Amaterasu could not attend. She asked his brother Tsukiyomi to represent her at the banquet. The lunar god encountered a table full of the most diverse foods. The goddess Ukemochi appeared from behind a rock with even more treats. Tsukiyomi wondered where these foods came from, given that, right after the goddess hid behind the rock with her empty tray, she quickly re-emerged on the other side with the tray full of food. Curious, the god decided to spy on what was happening behind the stone, and he was shocked. Ukemochi threw up the rice she was going to serve. From her ears, she grabbed vegetables and roots. Milk flowed from her nose, and unworthy holes also produced food. Tsukiyomi was disgusted and offended by that grotesque scene, and proceeded to cut the food goddess with his sword. Her pieces were thrown from the sky, and the most diverse vegetables were born where they hit the ground. Amaterasu was furious to hear about the violence perpetrated by her brother while he was representing her. The goddess expelled her brother to the other side of the world. From this day on, they were hardly seen together in heaven. And so, where Tsukiyomi was, Amaterasu was not. It was now day and night. Izanagi considered that his mission to fill the world was accomplished at last, but before leaving for the high plane of heaven, he gave his daughter Amaterasu a beautiful necklace filled with mystical jewels. From that moment on, she would reign over the heavens during the day and illuminate the whole world. Tsukiyomi would take over the night, and as a lunar deity, he would rule the night and the tides. The impetuous Susanoo received the domain of the seas and storms. The gods recognized how glorious the goddess Amaterasu was, acclaimed as the new lady of the heavenly plains. She stood above the other gods. But Susanoo was angered to see her sister named the most important deity. Unfazed by it, he started to foster several problems. He made rivers dry, and the green vegetation of the sacred mountains began to dry up and die. Izanagi noticed the chaos his son was creating, and asked why he was acting that way. Susanoo revealed how frustrated he was at not being given such an important role as his sister. He declared that he no longer wanted to be in this world. He preferred to leave for the kingdom of the dead and stay beside Izanami, his mother. Izanagi was enraged to hear that his son preferred to live in the unclean underworld. The god expelled his son and told him to never return. Before leaving, Susanoo wanted to make one last visit to his sister. In her heavenly abode, Amaterasu noticed the sound of thunder and an impending storm. She knew that such a thing could only be his impetuous brother. He probably wanted to take her place. Amaterasu tied her hair in 2 large bunches and assumed her battle position. Upon arriving, Susanoo was amazed by Amaterasu's imposing and powerful stance. Her sister questioned the reason for the visit, and Susanoo assured her that he had no bad intentions whatsoever.
Shop like a billionaire.
Download now.
Tired of the same old routine and just looking for exciting and fun new ways to make some extra cash? Well, look no further than the Wachi app. Just a little token to be on your way to winning big. Wachi has to offer a variety of games and challenges and resources from really hard games to exciting content. With user-friendly features and your platform, Wachi app is the perfect place to test your luck and your skills. Download now, start winning.
Wachi Casino. Bet on phone, cash out phone.
But Amaterasu didn't trust her brother. To prove that he spoke the truth and his intentions were pure, Susanoo gave her his sword. The gods decided to creatively compete. Amaterasu broke Susanoo's sword into 3 pieces, and from these pieces, she created 3 female deities. Susanoo used Amaterasu's jewelry beads to create 5 male deities. The impetuous god cherished his victory against the great goddess, since he had created more deities. But the clever Amaterasu contested her brother's victory because he had created light from the goddess's jewels. Therefore, these 5 deities would be the sons of the luminous deity, and the 3 female deities born from Susanoo's sword would be the daughters of his brother. Therefore, she was the actual winner of the clash. Susanoo was outraged by her sister's interpretation and began to thrash the domains of the solar goddess. The stormy god did all sorts of mischief, destroying the sacred rice fields. He entered his sister's palace and made a huge mess. But the worst was yet to come. In Amaterasu's domain, there was a building in which the sacred weavers wove the god's clothes and cloaks. Susanoo wanted to scare the weavers. He opened a hole in the roof of the weaver's room and made one of Amaterasu's favorite ponies fall from the sky. The weavers felt so scared that one of them ended up having an accident and dying. Amaterasu, when she saw her fields destroyed, palace empty, and even worse, having lost one of her beloved weavers, was taken by a massive wave of sadness. The luminous goddess gave up her task, entered a cave, and blocked the entrance with a huge stone. Night took hold of the skies, and sunlight was no more. Both the heavenly plane and the land of men were taken by darkness, and the first winter began. The other gods saw the world wither around them. The vegetation was no longer healthy. The animals began to perish, and evil spirits were on the loose. The deities knew that something needed to be done to get Amaterasu out of her cave. They tried to convince her, but she had made up her mind. The wise god Omoikane realized they couldn't get her out by persuasion, but they could by cunning nonetheless. A sacred mirror was devised by the great celestial blacksmith, and a party was arranged in front of the cave's entrance where Amaterasu was hiding. They planted Sasaki, the sacred 500-branch tree, right in front of the cave exit, and hung the beautiful mirror on it. From inside the cave, Amaterasu heard a cock crow. How could it be possible if the world was taken by darkness, she thought. Soon after, she heard drums. There seemed to be a party outside. The goddess was right. Several gods gathered and watched the goddess Ame no Uzume dance. The dancing goddess was attempting striptease. Much to the gods' frenzy, they reacted with loud laughter. Amaterasu was captivated by curiosity and wondered how they could be so happy. She decided to open the entrance of the cave just a bit to spy what was happening. To her surprise, the gods had found a new goddess of light to worship. She looked so beautiful that Amaterasu decided to leave the cave to see her up close. When Amaterasu came out of her hiding, she brought the light back to the world. The darkness was pushed away, evil beings hid, and joy took over the world. The strong god, Ame no Tajikaro, pushed the stone back to its place, preventing the goddess from returning to the cave. At last, Amaterasu realized that the beautiful bright goddess was her own reflection. She took notice of how splendid and great she was. It wasn't right to deprive the world of her luminousness. The gods cherished the goddess's return, and the world was wrapped in joy. But these same gods didn't forget that Susanoo was the real culprit for that whole conundrum. As punishment, they cut off his beard and pulled out his nails. Finally, they threw him out of the god's house. Susanoo went down to earth near the river Sea in the Eastern province. The stormy god was lonely, and he went down the river on two trunks, looking for someone in that vast world. On the riverbank, he found an elderly couple alongside a beautiful maiden. They were deeply sad and cried profusely. Susanoo wanted to know the reason for such dismay. The old man explained that he once had 8 daughters, but every year a massive dragon would appear and take one of his daughters as a tribute. Only in one day, the beast would not take long to return to the last gem. The god was marveled by the beauty of the old man's daughter and promised to protect her. But he asked the hand of the beautiful young woman to be his wife. The girl's parents were deeply grateful and honored accepting Susanoo's request. The god had a huge challenge, because he wouldn't face some random creature, but the powerful dragon Yamata no Orochi. This was a giant and powerful dragon, with 8 heads and 8 tails. Even the powerful stormy god would be no match for the dragon if he tried to fight it. Susanoo did not feel intimidated by the challenge and came up with a strategy to defeat the beast. To protect her beloved, Susanoo transformed the beautiful Kushina Dahime into a comb and put it on his head to hold his hair. The earth trembled as the giant dragon emerged to claim his tribute. The beast shrieked and demanded his sacrifice. He then noticed that a peasant filled 8 barrels with the purest sake. The peasant told the dragon that it was an offering to the glorious creature, who always conquered everything he wanted. Flattered, Yamata no Orochi accepted the offering, and each of his heads consumed the barrel. The dragon got drunk
Can you all leave your gadget with me?
and fell asleep. Taking advantage of the beast's vulnerability, Susanoo broke his disguise, drew his sword, and attacked the creature. When the beast awoke, one of its heads was already gone. Enraged, the dragon tried to devour Susanoo. The stormy god dodged his attacks and struck back with lightning and sword blows. Susanoo was cutting the dragon's heads, one after the other. Without any of his heads, the dragon was defeated, but his body was still fighting. Susanoo struck a powerful blow, hitting the dragon's tail, but his powerful sword got broken. Inside the monster's tail, there was hidden an invaluable sacred sword known as Kusanagi. Susanoo, acknowledging the artifact's massive value, knew exactly what to do with it. The god of the seas and storms went to meet Amaterasu. The god knelt before the sun goddess and offered her the glorious sword as an apology for every mischief he had caused. Amaterasu, already an unparalleled goddess, became even more splendid when she carried the famous Kusanagi sword. Susanoo left to meet Kushina Hime, his new wife. They built a massive palace and had numerous and prosperous offspring. Amaterasu also had a glorious descent. Among them were the men who conquered Japan. They fought in the name of the sun. And with the strong brightness of the goddess on their backs, Amaterasu's descendants subdued their enemies. Jimmu, Japan's first emperor, was a direct descendant of the sun goddess and was under her protection. The Yamato dynasty, founded by Jimmu, would guide Japan through a story of glory, courage, and pride.
Sweat, hustle, and the feeling of never giving up. Rexona keeps you fresh through every challenge. No matter how intense the game gets, keep your game. Rexona brings 72-hour non-stop protection against sweat and odor.
Buy Rexona and get a chance to win the trip to People World Cup 2026 and many exciting prizes.
If you borrow 100,000 naira for 45 days, this will be 120,000 naira. If you borrow
Hey, Fabi, what's up? Fabi, what's up? How are you? It's good to have you here. How are you doing? Fabi, how are you? It's good to have you here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, Fabi.
In the beginning of everything, there was a huge void known as Ginnungagap, between the fire realm of Muspelheim and Niflheim, the icy land of mists. The freezing mists of Niflheim began to fill the Ginnungagap void and formed a great block of ice.
What are you doing?
As the temperature in
Good morning to you. Good morning to you too, Fabi.
from the fire started
Hi, what are you doing today? How are you doing today? It's good to see you. You know, I'm not on my lap. This is my laptop. I'm not on my.
From the sweat emerged the first living creatures. It was not only Ymir that emerged after the melting of the ice. A great cow named Ahumla also emerged. From her teeth flowed 4 rivers that fed Ymir. The cow fed herself by licking a block of salty ice, and as the ice was consumed, a new creature emerged. This being was Buri, the progenitor of the gods.
Fabi,
While Ymir slept, he continued to generate life, giving rise to the Jotun. Buri united with the giant to give birth to Bor. Bor joined with the giant Vestal
coming.
to give birth to Odin, Vili, and Ve. Odin and his brothers lived frustrated and bored in the emptiness of Ginnungagap, as there was no sky, land, sea, or forests yet. The brothers decided that something had to be done. Only the death of Ymir could start the world we know today. Odin, Vile, and Ve attacked and killed the giant Ymir. From her blood the oceans were born. From Ymir's flesh grew dry land, and her great bones were piled up, giving rise to the mountain ranges. In Ymir's flesh were small larvae. From them emerged the dwarves, who were to live beneath the earth, and the noble elves, who were to reside in Elfhelheim. After shaping Midgard, the gods thought that this could not be an uninhabited realm. Seeing 2 logs at the edge of the ocean, they decided that they would use that material to create mankind. A man known as Ask and a woman named Embla were shaped. Odin gave them life, Vili gave them intelligence, and they carved their eyes, ears, and mouths. With these, the men would be able to hear, see, and speak. All humans are descended from this first couple. Because he gave life to the first couple, Odin is known as the father of all. Finally, the brothers created the kingdom of Asgard, the home of the gods. This realm was separate from the others, connected only by the Bifrost Bridge. This was the beginning of the reign of the gods over the world. After creating the world on the body of the giant Ymir, who had been killed by the Aesir gods, Odin went on to reign over the world atop his throne in Asgard. Even though he was a wise god, he was aware that he did not know everything. So he set out on an adventure in search of knowledge. He disguised himself as a wanderer and walked through Jotunheim, the land of giants and enemies of the gods. In this realm lived Mimir, a very ancient deity and uncle of Odin. He lived near the Well of Knowledge. The waters of this well were responsible for feeding Yggdrasil, the Tree of Worlds. Mimir
Using the Jarlhorn horn, drank sacred water, and his knowledge of the world increased. Odin went to his uncle's well and asked him to drink the water of knowledge. Mimir, I am your nephew and lord of the gods, but how can I be worthy of my title without true wisdom? Being my kinsman or lord of the gods does not give you the right to drink from my well. The price is much higher than you can imagine. Tell me the price. I'm willing to pay it. The price is your eye. I want you to pluck it out and throw it into the well. Only then will you be able to drink the water from the well of knowledge. Odin knew that Mimir did not tell jokes. He would have to pay a high price if he were to attain true wisdom. The great god did not flinch and gouged out his own eye. His cry of pain was so loud that it echoed throughout the universe. Odin deposited his eye in the waters of the well, and this sacrifice satisfied Mimir. He offered him a horn with the water as well, and he asked the god to drink the entire contents at once. After drinking the entire contents of the container, the father of all was filled with knowledge. A large scar filled the void where his eye had previously been, which at times emitted a brightly glowing flame. Odin came to be known as the One-Eyed Man, or the one with the flaming eye. Odin began to see the world much more clearly. With only one eye, he could see better than when he had two. Odin, the One-Eyed God, reigned on his throne in Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods. His court had other deities, which further increased the prestige of Odin's kingdom. But another kingdom was also extremely prestigious among men, Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir gods. These competed with the Asgardians for the worship of mortals. Both kingdoms coexisted, but always with tension between them. The gods of Asgard descended from Vili, Ve, and Odin, who in the early days defeated the giant Mimir. The origin of the Vanir was unknown. Besides Odin, Thor and Loki were the most prominent deities in Asgard. In Vanaheim, the highlights were Frey, Freya, and Njord. The Asgardians were deities connected with power and war, while the Vanir were gods of fertility. There was Gunnveig, a strong sorceress known for her greed and love of gold. The gods of Asgard found her unbearable and tried 3 times to burn the witch, but she always returned. But the sorceress was an ally of the Vanir gods, who were outraged by the way the Asgardians treated their protege. The precarious peace between Vanir and Aesir ended, and the first great war between gods broke out. Odin threw his powerful spear at the Vanir. It was a sign that this would not be a simple disagreement, but a battle that could decide the fate of the world. No other war would be as important until Ragnarok. The Vanir gods would eventually march against Asgard, bringing down part of the mighty wall erected by the giant builder. The conflict between the gods made the world tremble. Both sides showed their worth, fighting with great courage. Neither side was able to overthrow the other, and the devastation of the war worried both sides. The war could last for millennia, and if one side were to win, it would rain only on ashes, for nothing would be left after such a massive conflict. Therefore, the authorities on both sides decided to seal the peace between the two peoples. To ensure goodwill, an exchange of hostages took place. The Asgardian gods Mimir and Hodir would move to Vanaheim, while Frey, Freya, and Njord would move to Asgard. The two gods who came to live in Vanaheim were described as great sages, but in fact only Mimir was endowed with wisdom. Hodir pretended to be wise, but only repeated what Mimir whispered in his ear. The Vanir noticed that when Hodir was consulted about some issue and Mimir was not around, he would always reply, "Let the others decide." Realizing that they had been deceived and that Mimir was complicit in that plan, the Vanir gods cut off their heads and returned them to Odin. The father of all did not want to lose Mimir's wisdom and used his powers to resurrect the head. Mimir was revived, and Odin began to consult the sage's head when he needed his precious advice. A new peace agreement was sealed between Vanir and Aesir, and the two peoples began to live in harmony. The Vanir gods were placed on the Norse pantheon alongside the Aesir. Thus, gods such as Frey and Freya came to be admired as other great Aesir gods.
A calm and peaceful sleep.
Good night electric. It removes mosquitoes so you can sleep. Calm and peaceful sleep.
Beat phones fast. Download this cache.
How long have you had this? Exactly. Just sell it.
Just $1 you can start trading. This is not a dream. This is real with the Expert Option app. Want to start quickly? The app teaches you, guides you, and gives you the opportunity to trade fast, with real trading opportunities on options. You don't need a large amount of capital to start trading. You can begin with just $1 and track the market movements every 3 seconds in the Expert Option app. Expert Option is an easy educational app suitable for both beginners and professionals.
Sif, the goddess and wife of the mighty Thor, had beautiful and long golden hair, and from all the goddess's traits, her hair was the one that attracted the thunder god the most. But one day, Thor woke up and was faced with a bald woman in his bed and yelled,
"Who are you, witch? And what have you done with my beloved Sif?"
The god, stunned, recognized his wife and shouted, "Loki!" The scream was heard throughout the whole kingdom of Asgard. During the night, Loki, the god of mischief, concocted yet another of his pranks. While the goddess was sleeping, he cut her beautiful hair. The thunder god dragged Loki up to his room, where Sif cried copiously,
"Look at what you have done. How did you dare to cut my wife's hair? What now? Do I have to parade with a bald wife right by my side?"
Have you ever thought about the possibility of making her wear a hat? Thor lifted Loki from the floor and said, "If you do not find a way to make my Sif regain her splendor, I will break every single one of your bones." Considering that threat, the god of mischief started to think of a way to solve that situation, until he had an idea. So he departed towards Svartalheim, the dwarf land. He was aware that the skillful dwarves were able to do anything, but before that, he would have to convince them. Then he looked for the brothers, sons of Ivaldi, who were skillful craftsmen, and said, "You don't know the latest news. The gods will conduct a trial to establish who the best craftsmen are. And the brothers Brock and Eitri said that you, sons of Ivaldi, do not have the slightest chance." "That's an outrage. Those pierced, clumsy hands will not have the slightest chance against us." "Very well, but there is one condition. You have to do 3 gifts for the gods, and one of them has to be a long golden hair that never stops growing." Loki departed to incite the brothers Brock and Eitri to establish a competition. You will not believe this. The sons of Ivaldi will participate in a contest promoted by the gods to decide who the best craftsmen are, and they said you don't have any chance, given that you are nothing but a bunch of clumsy guys.
"Clumsy guys? That's quite typical of the sons of Ivaldi.
But we will not compete. Everybody already knows that we are much better, so we have nothing to gain." "I bet that you are not better than the legendary brothers of Ivaldi. I would bet my own head on it."
The head of the most elusive of gods seems a nice prize to me. I accept the bet. Loki trembled, but did not step back and accepted the bet. He also knew that Brock and Eitri were better than the sons of Ivaldi, but now he would have to use all of his cunning talents to untangle himself from that mess. The dwarves, sons of Ivaldi, started to make their gifts for the gods, and Loki noticed that everything seemed to went well. But the god realized that the other pair was doing something outstanding. Loki then understood he had to intervene. Brock and Eitri had already built 2 beautiful gifts, but they were certainly crafting the greatest of all works. It was a powerful hammer. To achieve perfection, the dwarves had to keep the forge at an ideal temperature, not a degree more or less. And Brock did his work by pumping the bellows with great precision. Loki noticed he had to act quickly and turned himself into a large hematophageous mosquito. He flew to Brock and painfully stung his hand. The dwarf withstood the pain and continued his work. Then Loki attacked with an even stronger sting in his neck. The dwarf unleashed painful cries but resisted. The god then decided to attack the dwarf's eyes. He closed his eyes, and the eyelids were attacked. The agony was unbearable, and the dwarf stopped pumping the bellows. Due to the temperature change, the hammer's handle broke. Loki considered his mission accomplished and went away. The time for the great clash had arrived, and the dwarves, sons of Ivaldi, presented their gifts to the gods. The goddess Sif, wife of Thor, was gifted with new hair made of gold. Seeing the goddess with her splendor back, Loki felt some relief. Odin was gifted a beautiful and powerful spear, capable of piercing anything, and every oath made under that spear would be unbreakable. Frey was given a huge boat, which could be folded so many times to the point where it could fit into a pocket. Those were 3 impressive gifts, much to Loki's relief. The turn of Brock and Eitri had come. The latter still had puffy eyes because of the sting. He gave bracelets made of Draupnir gold to Odin, a material from which every 8 nights, new bracelets would fall from it like drops. These could serve as honorary ornaments or a way to increase wealth. Frey was given a huge boar with golden fur, which could be mounted. The creature could fly and never be tired, and his shine drove the darkness away. And Thor's time finally arrived, and he was given a hammer. This is a beautiful hammer, but its handle is too short. I understand your disappointment, but don't judge this hammer by its handle. Its name is Mjolnir. It is indestructible, and its power is almost indescribable. When thrown, it never misses its target, and always comes back to its owner. Such a marvelous piece! With this powerful hammer, no giant will be a match for me. Odin, Thor, and Frey agreed that, from all those gifts, the Mjolnir hammer was certainly the best. Despite all the tricks, Loki's plan collapsed, and now his head was demanded as a prize. Ha 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 ha! Now I want your head, Brokey said, already sharpening his axe. But Loki had one last play. You can sever my head, as long as you do not damage a single piece of my neck. The agreement says that you can only have my head. You cheater! How will I get your head without damaging the neck? Then Odin intervened. If people paid more attention to the words used, they would never negotiate with the cunning Loki, the trickster god. Brokey, to punish Loki, sewed his mouth so that he would never deceive anyone again for a long time. But at least the cheater kept his head on his neck. And the gods of Asgard received magnificent artifacts. The gods Thor and Loki crossed the world in Thor's chariot, which was pulled by powerful goats. The gods had left for the kingdom of the giants, looking for taking part in new adventures. Before that, they stopped in a humble house, where the gods wanted to stay for the night. The gods were warmly welcomed by the villagers, but being poor, they had nothing to offer as food. Thor told them not to worry, because he would provide a bountiful meal. The god himself slaughtered his own goats and had their meat prepared for a meal that would honor any god. The god of thunder offered food to the dwellers who welcomed him, and then he said, "You can eat as much as you want. I only ask you to leave the bones unscathed." While everyone ate the delicious goat meat, Loki decided to do one of his pranks. He approached the hut's young resident, known as Tjalfi, and he told him, "There is no fairness at all in allowing Thor to keep all the delicious marrow, which filled these bones, just for himself. Such a delicacy would give great strength to those who eat it." The boy now wanted to try it. He waited until everyone was asleep and broke one of the bones to taste the marrow. The bones were then thrown over the skin of the slaughtered goats. The next day, Thor did a ritual and brought the goats back to life. However, one of the goats was now limping because its leg had been broken. Thor was enraged and grabbed his powerful hammer. "You bastards! I offered you plenty of food and just got betrayal as a return. Who did this?" Loki tried to conceal his smile. Tjalfi, regretting his action, confessed the crime. "Just give me one reason why I shouldn't destroy this house, together with those who live in it." "Spare my family. They did nothing. Take me as your servant so that I may pay my debt to the gods." Thor was benevolent and decided to spare Tjalfi's family, and they now would have to treat his goats. While Thor, Loki, and Tjalfi departed to explore the land of the giants. Thor, Loki, and his new servant Tjalfi roamed through the inhospitable kingdom of Jotunheimer, the land of the giants. The intense cold forced them to look for shelter. The gods found what appeared to be a huge cave and they went inside. The travelers tried to rest, but an immense noise trembled the earth. Thor stepped out of the cave to investigate the source, and from the top of a mountain, he noticed that a huge giant slept inside their cave, and his snoring shook the whole ground. The giant woke up, and he did not appear particularly threatful. Thor realized that the giant wore only one glove, while the other was actually the cave they were sheltered. The giant tried to pull on his glove, and Loki and Tjalfi fell from it. The huge giant introduced himself to the travelers. "I'm Skirnir, and if you wish, I can serve as your guide, while also carrying all your luggage." The gods accepted the offer. After all, they did not know the region that well, and having the opportunity not to carry their own goods would certainly be a great relief. Skirnir put everything inside his own bag and initiated the journey. The giant was now tired and decided to take a nap. Night came and the travelers started to feel hungry. They tried to open the sleeping giant's bag, but failed. Unable to wake the giant, Thor, angered with hunger, grabbed his hammer and struck the giant's head with fierceness. After the blow, the sleepy giant said, "A leaf must have fallen on the top of my head. Well, it was nothing anyway," and went back to sleep. Dawn was around the corner, and the hungry travelers waited for the giant to wake up to finally eat their breakfast. But Skirnir was still asleep. The angered Thor hammered the giant's head with all his might. Such a blow could destroy any giant's head, but Skirnir just woke up as if he had been bothered by an insect. Thor was amazed by the giant's endurance. No way a creature could withstand such a blow. After waking up, the giant said, "Your destination is right there, where Utgaror is located, the place of my giant friends. There they call me soft and weak. I think it's now time for us to go." Thor and his fellows went to the giant's palace. The god was a little worried. If Skirnir was the little one, what would he find in Utgaror, the domain of the king of the giants? Thor, his servant Tjalfi, and Loki were all exploring the kingdom of the giants, and they finally arrived at the enormous castle of Utgaror. The Aesir gods entered the palace and encountered the huge giants who lived there. The one who stood out the most welcomed them. "Welcome to my palace. I'm the lord of this palace. I've always heard that you Asgardians consider yourselves to be the greatest of all. How about we take part in a dispute? I can defeat you in any kind of competition you can imagine, said Thor with confidence. Calm down, Odin's son. The first to compete will be Loki, son of the glorious giant Loki. Loki would face Logi, the giant's servant, to know who could eat the banquet on the table more quickly. Loki and Logi started eating all the food with incredible speed, and they both finished at the same time. Loki ate all the food, but the giant Logi ate even the bones, platters, and cutlery, so he was declared the winner. The servant Thjalfi also engaged in a race against a giant who was still a child. Thjalfi was one of the fastest men that ever lived, yet he had no chance against the hasty giant boy. For you, Thor, I pose 3 challenges. First, you should drink all the beverage in this horn at one go. Thor grabbed the horn with confidence, as drinking a lot was one of his skills. The god drank, and drank that salty liquid until he reached his limit. But he only managed to decrease the liquid that filled the horn a little bit. Ha ha ha! You drink like a maid. I'll make it easier for you. In this next race, you will have to lift my pet cat. You've got to be kidding me, said Thor, approaching the cat. Much to Thor's surprise, the cat was incredibly heavy. The god of thunder managed to lift the cat over his head, but it could still touch the ground with its paws. It appears that the stories they tell about you are just legends, and you cannot lift a cat up. In your last ordeal, you must fight my foster mother. That was when an old giantess appeared in the room. Thor felt offended for having to fight this old woman, but he decided to fight her to secure at least one win for Asgard's team. The fight began, and Thor was surprised by the old giantess's strength. The god used all his strength against the old lady, and at times, it appeared that the victory was in his hands. But the old woman managed to drop Thor to his knees. Defeated, the gods and their servant left the Utgaror palace, with their heads pointing down. The king of the giants followed the Asgardians to his kingdom's boundaries, and when saying goodbye, he declared, "Now that we're alone, I can tell you a secret. I have fooled you all along." The king of the giants said that he had disguised himself as the giant Skrimir, the one who had guided Thor and his fellows through Jotunheimer. And had he not had used magic at that moment, he would have been dead. After all, when Thor tried to hit his head with his hammer, the god hit a mountain instead, turning the hill into a valley. Dear Loki, you also have been deceived by an illusion. Actually, you were competing against a fire, and that fire engulfs everything in its path. You, Thjalfi, you competed against a thought, and even though you are extremely fast, nothing is faster than a thought. And what sort of tricks did you use against me in your palace? Said Thor, demanding an explanation. Now that we no longer have an audience, I can praise you for your strength and determination. The giant explained that the horn grabbed by Thor was connected to the ocean, so Thor was able to bring the sea level down a few meters, which was an incredible feat. As for the cat, he was actually lifting Jormungand, the world's serpent, and the mere fact that Thor could raise part of the snake off the ground was a huge accomplishment. Nevertheless, what stunned the giant the most was that Thor almost defeated the old woman, who was oldness itself, and time beats everyone down the road. Thor despised being tricked, and he would have crushed the giant, but he relied on his magic to vanish, along with his castle, for he feared the god's vengeance. The gods returned to Asgard. Thor knew that beating oldness or drinking all the water from the ocean was impossible, but defeating the world's snake was something he deemed feasible. And because of that, Thor started to wish to cross paths with Jormungand again, just to have the opportunity to beat it. Thor, the god of thunder, had won the mighty hammer Mjolnir as a gift.
Brace yourself! It's time for gold, thunder, and something supreme! Experience the game. Experience the taste of Sanaa Supreme Noodles. So chicken, so good! Gold or no gold, make sure your plate has Sanaa Supreme Noodles. Play Supreme. Be Supreme, Nigeria.
Thanks to Loki's strength, With this hammer, Thor defended the kingdom of Asgard, tackling any sort of threat. But one day after waking up, Thor sensed that his hammer was missing. The god looked for Mjolnir in his room and only found a message which said, "If you want to recover your beloved hammer, visit me in my domains so that we can negotiate. You will get it back in exchange for an appropriate ransom." Signed, Thrym. Thor knew that nobody was a better negotiator than Loki, the god of mischief, and therefore he asked him to go to Thrym's meeting in the land of giants. Loki arrived at Thrym's palace in Jotunheim, and facing the giant, Loki began the negotiations.
"Dear Thor, come closer, because my sight is not as good as in the past. You're now slimmer than the last time we met."
Loki noticed that the giant's sight was indeed impaired, because the differences between him and the god of thunder were enormous. After negotiating, the god returned to Asgard with Thrym's proposal and presented it to the Aesir gods. The giant was willing to give back the hammer if Freya, the most beautiful of goddesses, was delivered to him as a wife. The gods considered the proposal outrageous, but without the hammer Mjolnir, Thor could not defend Asgard. That was when Loki had an unusual idea, to say the least. "Thor, I need you to wear this." It was a wedding dress.
"How dare you insult me this way?"
Calm down, calm down. I will explain my plan later. Loki knew that the giant's sight was as good as a mole, and so he wanted to take Thor to Thrym's palace disguised as the goddess Freya. Thor, without another alternative, dressed as a bride and went with Loki, also disguised as a servant of goddess Freya. When they arrived in Jotunheim, the ladies were very well received.
"Welcome to my palace. I prepared a banquet in honor of the beautiful goddess."
The giant would have to be deeply short-sighted, to the point of confusing the bulky god, dressed as a bride, with a beautiful maiden. Soon after taking his seat at the banquet table, Thor began to voraciously devour everything in front of him.
"Wow, such a voracious appetite you have, my new wife. I have never seen a goddess as gluttonous as you are."
Then Loki said,
"I think she wants to finish the banquet as soon as possible, so that you can consummate your union."
Thor furiously looked at Loki, who appeared to find the situation quite whimsical.
"Let's do it then. Bring the hammer, and we will seal this agreement and get things settled."
One of the giant's lackeys brought the hammer and placed it in front of the bride. Thor grabbed the hammer, and so he could finally unleash all of his rage. The god of thunder smashed all the giant's lackeys with his hammer, and Thrym had his head open like a melon.
"Let's go home, Loki. I can't wait to get this damn dress off of me."
"Don't you know that a good widow must wear black?"
With the return of Thor and his hammer Mjolnir, the kingdom of Asgard was safe again, and the gods never stopped to have fun at the Valhalla banquets, telling the story of when Thor dressed like a bride. Loki, the god of mischief in Norse mythology, took part in many amusing adventures, but he also had an evil side, and from his seeds were born the creatures responsible for the ruin of the Aesir gods. He had a faithful wife named Sigyn. With her, he had 2 sons, Narvi and Vali. Another famous son of Loki was Sleipnir, Odin's glorious 8-legged horse, conceived in an exotic story, to say the least. The god of trickery also had a mistress, Angrboda, a beautiful Jotun, who lived in Jotunheim. With her, Loki gave birth to a dangerous offspring. One night, Odin, the ruler of Asgard, had a vision. In it, the god saw a great combat between the Asgardians and the forces of darkness. Loki's sons would play an important role in this conflict. His last vision was of the jaw of a huge wolf. Then his field of vision went completely dark. Odin forced Loki to reveal where his sons with the giantess were. And so the gods set out for Jotunheim in search of Loki's sons. After arriving at the home of the giant Angrboda, the gods found the offspring of Jotun.
the children still noticeably young. One of them was a serpent, the other was a wolf cub, and there was also a beautiful girl. When she turned her face away, the gods realized that the other side of her body was like a rotting corpse. This girl was called Hel, and she was a frightening figure. The gods took the children from Angrboda's arms and carried them to Asgard. The journey back to Asgard took some time, and Odin noticed that the snake seemed to have doubled in size. What was an ordinary snake was already the size of a python. Odin realized that the snake would not stop growing and would become extremely dangerous. So he threw the snake into the great sea that surrounds Midgard. After years passed, the snake became so large that one day it found its own tail after circling the world. This offspring of Loki became known as Jormungandr. In Asgard, all the gods looked asleep but Hel. Some were afraid of her. Odin noticed that the girl preferred to relate to the dead into the living, appointed her as ruler of the world of the dead. She came to live with the souls of those who had died an unworthy death and did not reach Valhalla. The wolf cub, on the other hand, began to be raised among the gods of Asgard and learned the language of the gods. His name was Fenrir. The gods here formed a bond with the wolf and became friends. Like Jormungandr, the wolf had to learn. He quickly became larger than the wolf, and before long was larger than any animal on earth. Fenrir inherited some of the worst traits from Loki, his father. After discussing among themselves, the gods realized that something had been done. A wolf with that size could be a threat to all the inhabitants of Asgard, and the gods decided to do a plan to neutralize the danger. The mighty wolf Fenrir set the ground up, and so the gods of Asgard were constantly watching. All the gods looked with great suspicion at the beast, except fear. The gods who held a bond of friendship with the wolf. The deities of Asgard forged powerful chains to try and imprison Fenrir, and to hide their intentions. The gods told the wolf they had a challenge. Fenrir, though huge and evil, became a playful spirit and loved to play games. The Asgardians challenged him to get rid of the chains built by the gods, and Fenrir accepted the challenge. The gods chained the gigantic beast, but the strong chains were useless against the strength of the wolf. A new chain was created, even more powerful than the first. The wolf pushed hard, and the chain was strong enough to contain the colossal wolf. The gods looked at each other satisfied, but Fenrir took everyone by surprise. He gathered even more strength and destroyed the chain. The gods were baffled by the sheer strength of the wolf. Fenrir noticed the distress of the Asgardians, a sign that they were up to something. There was no rope or chain capable of containing the creature's strength. But Odin knew that only the wolf could do such. Odin ordered the elves Spirit to go to the land of the dwarves, and to create something capable of containing the wolf. The dwarves agreed, and sent the rest of the creatures to such an object. These ingredients were honest. For instance, roots of a mountain, bear skin, woman's ear, fish breath, bird saliva, and lastly, the sound of a cat's footsteps. After having all the ingredients, the dwarves set to work. The gods of Asgard were given a rope that looked like it was made of silk, but the power was not here to rest. Fenrir was a great challenge to try to break those bonds, but the wolf was already suspicious. Looking at the rope of the gods, he suspected a betrayal. Odin assured the wolf that it was all just a joke, but the wolf and Odin never got along, and after some Loki, Fenrir could smell the lie on Odin's breath. The wolf said he would only participate with friends if a god dared to his inside his mouth while the animal was being held. And if there was treachery, he would devour the hand without hesitation. The gods looked at each other and the wolf confirmed his suspicion. But here, the gods of all
because Fenrir and the Queen Animal had a certain friendship, offered to put his hand in the wolf's mouth. Fenrir agreed to be bound again by the gods. The wolf struggled against the bindings, but with all of his might he could not break the mighty rope made by the dwarves. Fenrir noticed the god's satisfaction and looked at Tyr, the only one who didn't look cheerful. Then the wolf realized that he had been betrayed by the gods and even by his only friend. Fenrir closed his jaw as hard as he could, pulling Tyr's hand away. The god endured the pain without groaning. The brave Tyr was celebrated for his sacrifice. Fenrir was firmly bound to a rock. The gods of Asgard were finally relieved to have neutralized such a threat. The wolf cried out in fury, insulting the gods, and saying he could have been their friend. But in the face of that betrayal, they were now his greatest enemies. Fenrir vowed that he would seek Odin on the battlefield during Ragnarok and have his revenge. The gods of Asgard had traveled to visit the place of Aegir, a sea deity much worshipped by sailors. The banquets in his place were legendary, as a formidable mead was served. But Aegir was in no mood to organize a great feast for the gods. He made up an excuse.
I would love to welcome you with all my hospitality, but since you are many, I won't be able to produce the mead you desire so much. To satiate the gods, you would need a huge cauldron. Without it, it is impossible. Tyr, the god of war, whose father was a huge giant named Hymir, knew that his progenitor had a huge cauldron that would satisfy Aegir's needs. Tyr and Thor decided to go in search of the giant. When they arrived at the giant's home, the gods of Asgard were greeted by Tyr's mother. The god asked his mother to lend him the huge cauldron, but she replied that Tyr should please Hymir, as it would be the easiest way to get what he wanted. The giant Hymir invited the gods to a meal. Thor was famous for being a great glutton and confirmed his reputation by devouring a whole ox. Faced with this, the giant said, "I'm going out to fish for some whales. I don't want to be known as a host who failed to feed his guests." Thor wanted to go with the giant on his fishing trip, but Hymir didn't care. "This is not a job for the tiny residents of Asgard."
The god of thunder felt challenged and claimed that he was a better fisherman than anyone else. The giant pushed a boat into the water, and they set out to fish. The gods headed out to the open sea in search of larger prey. Hymir quickly caught something, and considering the strength required, the giant thought it would be something exceptionally large. A large whale jumped out of the water with the hook in its mouth, and the giant challenged Thor to catch something bigger. But Thor replied that he could fish for something even bigger, and paddled off into deeper water.
"You are crazy, Asgardian. This is the territory of Jormungandr, the serpent of the world."
Despite Hymir's warning, Thor was not afraid, and used a wolf's head as bait to start his fishing trip. The god felt he had caught something big, and the boat began to be pulled by the creature. The gigantic serpent emerged, as Thor had succeeded in capturing Jormungandr. Desperate, Hymir shouted for Thor to cut the fishing line, otherwise they would be taken to the bottom of the ocean. But Thor had already met Jormungandr once, when he visited the palace of Utgard. Thor was defeated, but he had sworn to himself that he would eventually defeat the colossal serpent. The fight between the god and the serpent continued, and Hymir feared that they would be taken to the bottom of the ocean. Thor tried to bring the creature within reach of his hammer. Just as the god was about to strike the beast, Hymir cut the fishing line, and Jormungandr escaped at the last moment. Thor was furious and would have smashed Hymir's head in had he not bothered Tyr. After all,
they still needed the cauldron. After filling their stomachs with whale meat, the gods set off with the cauldron. With the cauldron, Iger made plenty of mead for the gods, who had a great time during their stay in the sea god's palace. But while all the gods were having fun, Thor couldn't forget Jormungandr and vowed that he would kill that dark creature. They were destined to meet again in Ragnarok.
Godrich air pocket? Wow!
With PowerGel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrich Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell, hello sweet fragrance.
Balder was the son of Odin and Frigg, the supreme gods of Asgard. The god was beautiful, kind, and charismatic, and therefore loved by all. Balder spread happiness wherever he went. The days of the gods and whoever was with him were perfect. But as night came, Balder's happiness dissipated while he slept. His sleep was plagued by nightmares. His beloved wife Nanna comforted him when he awoke frightened. No god knew the meaning of his nightmares. The wise Odin knew that, in the realm of Hel, the place where the souls of the dead who did not die an honorable death on the battlefield went, there was an oracle capable of deciphering those nightmares. Odin, disguised as a wanderer, went to the realm of the dead. After using the runes, the oracle answered, Helheim is preparing to receive Balder. When sorrow ravages Asgard here in the realm of Hel, there will only be joy with the arrival of the spirit of the kindly Balder. Saddened, Odin returned to Asgard and told Frigg the sad fate of his beloved son. Frigg was determined to prevent Balder's fate. Knowing that Balder was loved by all, the goddess demanded that everyone swear to never hurt Balder, and so nothing could hurt the god. Even objects, plants, diseases, and weapons were pledged not to harm Balder. Loki, the god of trickery, was envious and jealous of Balder, but even he was compelled to take the oath. And so Balder became invulnerable to everything. The god was safe. Balder's invulnerability was cause for a joke among the gods. They threw objects at Balder, but everything was deflected. Thor hit him with his powerful hammer, but Balder felt nothing. And everyone in Asgard was happy to know that the beloved god was protected. Everyone except Loki, who was determined to find the vulnerability in Balder. One day, in hiding, he overheard a conversation from the goddess Frigg, who told a friend that she had managed to get everyone to take the oath. Everyone except the mistletoe, a totally harmless plant. But in Loki's evil mind, the mistletoe was not so harmless. After collecting some mistletoe, he addressed the gods, who were still having fun trying to attack Balder. Only the blind god Hod felt sad that he was excluded from the fun. How could he throw something at Balder when he didn't even know where he was? The ingenious Loki created a dart made of mistletoe and addressed Hod, telling him that he shouldn't let his blindness stop him from playing. Loki turned invisible and guided Hod to where the other gods were. Balder was happy to know that Hod would also participate in the game. Helped by Loki, he threw the mistletoe dart with all his might at Balder. Hod expected to hear the laughter of the gods, but a great silence fell over the place. Balder had been mortally wounded. As the god's body fell to the ground, the desperate gods mourned his death. And, as was prophesied, the world of the living was plagued by sadness after the departure of the beautiful and beloved Balder. Loki, the god of deceit, had a great amount of wickedness inside him, and he seemed unable to contain such malevolence. Therefore, he planned to kill Balder, the most beloved of the gods. The gods sent Hermodr, the messenger of the gods, to the realm of Hel, the world of the dead. The goal was to have his brother Balder back in the realm of Asgard. Hermodr received positive news that the goddess Hel wanted to return Balder back to the realm of the Aesir gods, but only if all beings mourned the god's death and wished for Balder's return. The gods were pleased with that news, as Balder was loved by all. All beings were summoned to confirm their desire to have the beloved god back. Everyone confirmed their desire to see Balder again. But the gods learned that a giantess living in the mountains did not want the god's return. Because of her, Balder could not return, making all the gods sad. But it wasn't long before the gods discovered that the heartless giantess was Loki in disguise. Loki had already committed every mischief and then some, but the most recent exceeded the limits of the gods' patience. The Asgardians reached a consensus. Loki should be punished. Loki fled from the wrath of the gods and hid in the mountains, near a well where salmon swam. Loki took the form of a salmon and mixed with the fish, so as not to be found by the gods. Odin, the father of all, was able to see the whole world from his throne. He quickly discovered Loki's hiding place. The trickster god knew that the gods would eventually find his hiding place, so he thought about how they would try to capture him. A bait and hook would be to underestimate the intelligence of the gods. Loki pondered and discovered that a combination of strings could form a mesh capable of catching fish. Loki created this instrument and the first ever fishing net. After understanding how it worked, he designed strategies to escape from the nets. Seeing that the gods were approaching, Loki threw the net into the fire and jumped back into the pit. The gods saw Loki jump into the river, but they didn't know how to capture him. Kvasir found the traces of the net, which did not burn completely, and understood the purpose of Loki's invention. The gods created more nets, using them to try to capture the trickster. Loki tried to escape in every way from the numerous nets thrown by the gods. Sometimes he would jump out of the water. Thor thought that if a bear could catch some salmon on the fly, so could he. When Loki, in the form of a fish, jumped up once more, Thor was ready to grab him. Loki was snatched by Thor and dragged by the gods to a cave, where he would receive his deserved punishment. He was bound and imprisoned by the viscera and sinews of his own son. The gods wished to kill the god because of what he had done to Balder, but Loki had made a blood pact with Odin. Despite their different origins, they were like brothers. Odin could not allow the extermination of Loki. But simple imprisonment was too mild a punishment for the traitor. So Skadi took a snake with a toxic saliva and placed it in a stalactite over Loki's head. When the snake salivated, its venom fell on the traitor, burning his skin and causing him enormous pain. Loki had a wife named Sigyn, who stayed by her husband's side while he endured his punishment. The faithful Sigyn tried to ease Loki's suffering by collecting in a bowl the poison that fell from the snake's mouth. As time passed, the bowl would fill and Sigyn would go out to empty it. When this happened, the poison would fall back on Loki's skin, and he would cry out in pain. The devoted wife returned as quickly as possible to her post, where she tried to ease her husband's suffering. Each drop of poison that fell on Loki only increased his desire for revenge. The god vowed to repay the gods of Asgard for all the suffering imposed upon him at their reunion during Ragnarok.
In Midgard lived the men descended from Ask and Embla, the first human couple created by the gods. Humanity lived under the protection of the gods, who always shielded the species against the forces of chaos. Thor, the exterminator of giants, prevented the land of men from being conquered by Mjolnir. With the protection of the gods, humanity prospered, always paying the sacrifices to the gods. These men were used to dealing with the harshness of winter, always preparing themselves to face all the difficulties that a long and icy winter could impose. But even men knew that the region of the gods would not last forever, and that the divinities of Asgard would have to struggle to face the forces of evil during the Ragnarok. In Midgard, the summer was coming to an end. Everything indicated that men would have a huge harvest ahead. But a cold wind began to blow, and the totally unexpected frosts destroyed much of the crop. The leaves of the trees quickly took on the colors of autumn and began to fall much earlier than expected, a sign of the approach of a harsh winter. Even with the crops ruined, the men tried to prepare themselves in the best possible way to face the winter. But despite all humanity's determination, sufficient preparation for the coming nightmare was impossible. After all, Fimbulwinter had arrived, bringing a long winter with it. 3 winters would follow, without any summer between them. Men and their farm animals took refuge from the intense cold in their shelter, where they tried to survive in the freezing cold. The nights seemed longer and longer. Every night men feared that the sun would never rise again. Their food stocks ran out, and, forced by hunger, they had to eat all the chickens that gave them eggs, and even their pets. Those who risked facing the cold, looking for an animal to slaughter, became easy prey for the pack of Fenrir's children. The men started to fight among themselves for the few existing resources. Brother fought against brother. Children challenged fathers. Chaos settled among men. The hatchets of war were always drenched in blood. The lack of food forced many people into cannibalism. The few remaining human beings were quickly falling apart. In Asgard, the Aesir gods noticed the signs that the ultimate combat between the gods and the forces of chaos was approaching. This cataclysmic event would become known as Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. After 3 practically uninterrupted winters, chaos reached the kingdom of men. Few survived the bloody anarchy that followed. The conditions prophesied for the beginning of Ragnarok materialized. 2 wolves, who claimed to be Fenrir's children, crossed the skies, chasing the sun and the moon. The wolf Hati was chasing the moon, while Skull was chasing the sun. The deities that personified the 2 stars managed for a long time to escape the wolves. But they couldn't escape Fenrir's offspring forever. The wolves finally reached their prey and swallowed them. Without sun and moon, the world plunged into darkness. The end was near.
Avoid a bunny trap.
Make the trade, I leave trade. Make the trade, I leave trade.
4th of July savings are at the Home Depot. It's game time, so trim it like tread, set it like set, and steer it like study. Make every gathering one worth sharing. Low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot.
You want to fry, you want to spray.
Good behavior.
After that, actually my English got better, so I got promoted. Self-help me to be more confident about my skills.
Great earthquakes shook Yggdrasil, the tree of the world. Cracks opened in the ground, and mountains collapsed. The rock where the powerful wolf Fenrir was washed away. The giant wolf was finally free, thirsting for revenge. Jormungandr, the snake of the world, moved in the waters, causing huge waves. These tsunamis devastated the few coastal cities that still resisted. The colossal serpent unleashed its terrible poison by contaminating the waters. From the smallest living beings like the plankton to the largest whales, all died intoxicated by the terrible serpent. Loki, who was imprisoned and subjected to terrible torment, was freed from his bonds. Like his son Fenrir, Loki had only one wish in his heart: to destroy the gods of Asgard. The god of lies descended to Helheim, the kingdom where the souls of those who died an unworthy death would go. There, Hel was sovereign. The queen of the world of the dead handed over the command of an army of the undead to her father. This army was composed of the corpses of those who died a shameful death. These Nordic zombies were eager to achieve the glory they did not achieve while they were alive. Nidogr, the dragon who gnawed at the roots of the tree of the world, dug a huge tunnel through which the armies of the dead would march to the land of men. Great flames of fire signaled that the army of Muspelheim was on the march. The giants of the flaming lands were led by Surtur the Black. The huge giant burned everything that was in his way, using his flaming sword. The ice giants of Jornheimer embarked on ships towards Vigrid, the chosen place to be the battlefield between gods and forces of chaos. Heimdall, the herald of the gods, had no more doubts. Ragnarok had begun. The god finally blew the horn Gjallarhorn, and its sound was heard throughout the universe. Everyone was afraid of this alert. The end of the age of the Aesir gods was approaching. The great battle would begin. Heimdall's horn announced that the day of the final battle had finally arrived. The forces of chaos, led by Loki, were eager to end the reign of the Aesir gods, using all available means to achieve this goal. The gods of Asgard knew that the great battle was inevitable. For millennia they prepared for the great day. The gates of Valhalla opened, and thousands of warriors left the great hall, and formed the great army of Odin. This army was formed by the bravest warriors who, during their lives, fought bravely on the battlefield. These were taken by the Valkyries to the halls of Valhalla, where they waited for the opportunity to show again all their courage, fighting alongside the gods during the Ragnarok. All the gods capable of wielding a weapon joined the combatants. The huge army of Muspelheim's giants set off for Asgard, trying to destroy the gates that protected the dwelling of the gods. Suddenly, the Bifrost Bridge collapsed, and part of the great army fell into the waters. The Asgardians celebrated while the giants drowned in the river. But the gods knew that their destiny was not to hide behind the powerful walls made by the giant builder. Their destiny was to face with honor the forces of darkness in an open field. Odin, riding his glorious 8-legged horse, gave orders to start the attack. The army of the gods advanced against its enemies. When the armies clashed, the impact was so powerful that it made Yggdrasil, the tree of the worlds, tremble. Thor, the champion of the gods, wanted to crush the heads of thousands of giants and slaughter hundreds of enemies at a time. The ice giants were led by Hrym in the final battle. facing with great courage the hordes of Odin. Loki guided Hel's armies of the undead, composed of those who died an unworthy death. Freyr, the god Vanir, fought bravely, riding his golden boar next to the Asgardians. The brave god attacked Surtur, the powerful leader of the fire giants of Muspelheim. Freyr gave everything he had, but it wasn't enough to defeat Surtur, who shot down the Vanir god with his flaming sword. Before dying, Freyr repented for giving his magic sword to Skirnir. With it, everything could have been different. Freyr was the first of the gods to fall on the battlefield, and many others would follow him. Tyr, the warrior god who sacrificed his hand so that the gods could arrest Fenrir the wolf, would also fall after facing Garm, the powerful wolf of Hel, who defended the world from the dead. But before his death, Tyr still managed to stick his sword into the heart of the infernal beast. The battlefield shook when Jormungandr, the world serpent, presented itself for battle. The creature expelled a cloud of poisonous gases, capable of slaughtering the warriors of the gods. When he saw the serpent, Thor was filled with enthusiasm, for he had long been waiting for the decisive fight against his old rival. The struggle between Thor and Jormungandr was epic. The giant snake tried to swallow the Asgardian hero, as he deviated from its knocks and counterattacked with powerful blows from his hammer. The god of thunder managed to incapacitate Jormungandr, and the latter fell wounded. Thor delivered a deadly blow to the serpent's head. The gods and warriors of Asgard vibrated with the victory of their champion. However, Thor's blow was so strong that Jormungandr's pockets of poison broke, spreading a poisonous cloud around Thor. Thor bent to his knees and fell dead. Without their great champion, the battle against the forces of chaos became even more difficult for the gods. Fenrir, the huge wolf son of Loki, devoured all those who opposed him. But what he most desired was to find Odin, his mortal enemy. The supreme god of Asgard knew that his destiny was to fight the dreaded wolf son of Loki, and didn't run away from the clash. Odin swore Sleipnir and advanced against Fenrir, but Odin's fate was not to come out of this dispute alive. Fenrir opened his huge mouth and devoured the father of all. The gigantic wolf humiliated the gods after his victory against the wisest deity. The provocation filled the heart of Vidar, son of Odin, with hatred. Such fury gave him great strength. Vidar attacked Fenrir, and this one tried to take him over. Vidar put his feet on the wolf's tongue, and his strong arms pulled his teeth away. His strength was so great that he opened Fenrir's jaw in half. The gigantic wolf died. Even with the death of his sons, Loki was satisfied with the carnage, as he watched the gods fall one after the other. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, advanced through Hel's army of the dead, opening a path to Loki. Heimdall and Loki met in a duel, and the plasticity of the combat made it all look like a deadly dance. Loki and Heimdall struck each other several times. The duel did not have a winner, because both died. The giant Surtur set fire to the world with his sword, and the flames swallowed everything. there were no fighters left on the side of the living, nor the side of the dead. Only ashes on the earth. The flames reached Asgard and threw their palaces into rivers of fire. The level of the ocean waters rose to form a huge flood. There was nothing left on Earth. The era of the Aesir gods was over. The waters that consumed the land eventually retreated, and the plants sprouted again. A new sun arose to ward off the darkness that had taken over the earth. The Yggdrasil tree could not withstand the damage caused by Ragnarok and fell. But inside the great ash tree, there was a secret surprise. The gods had hidden a couple of mortals, so that the human race could resist the events of Ragnarok. Their names were Leif and Leifsbrasil. Through the love of this couple, the world was again repopulated. The kingdom of Asgard has disappeared, but the new kingdom, Idavolar, would take its place. The 6 gods took their places in Idavolar, the sons of Odin, Vidar, who killed Fenrir, and his brother Vali. Thor's sons, Magni and Modi, became responsible for the hammer of the god of thunder, defending this new kingdom. In the world of the dead, Balder, the dearest of the gods, together with Hod, rose to occupy the last places. There, they recalled the old traditions and discussed the future, trying not to repeat the mistakes of the past. The gods found the golden pieces used in the games of the gods, and, just like their fathers, they started a new round of the ancestral game. A new cycle began. Asgard was home to the major gods of Norse mythology, known as the Aesir. These gods had no shortage of enemies of different strains, but they all had one thing in common: the fear for Thor, the champion of the gods. With his mighty Mjolnir hammer, he could protect the citadel from the gods. But Thor had a restless spirit, always ready to embark on an adventure. He constantly traveled, looking for new challenges. During Thor's absence, Asgard was vulnerable to its enemies. At a meeting, the gods decided that a powerful wall would have to be built for protection purposes. But some gods argued that building such a wall would take years. Then, a strong traveler emerged from the woods, claiming to be a great builder, ready to build the wall in record time. As a reward, he wanted the beautiful goddess Freya as his wife. The gods swiftly rejected such an outrageous proposal. But the much clever Loki noticed that the builder's proposal wasn't that bad. "You shall think with me, friends. He says he can build this massive wall in just a year, which is impossible. Put it this way, if he doesn't finish the wall within that time frame, he'll get nothing. Well, the task is unsurmountable. When time runs out, he will have built a fair share of the wall, and it will be up to us only to finish what is missing. We will be saving a great deal of effort." The gods looked at each other and agreed. It was a good idea. Now convinced, the gods presented the builder with that proposal. He was deeply pleased and left to get his tools. The builder started his work. He was quite strong and managed to stack the stones easily. He also had the help of a powerful horse, who brought him the stones from distant quarries. Time passed, and the wall was quickly gaining form. The deadline was around the corner, but the gods noticed that there was very little left for the builder to finish. Odin was furious with Loki. Look what you have done. The wall is almost finished, and we will certainly lose our beloved Freya to this man. And this is all your fault. I told you he wouldn't be able to build this wall, and I'll make sure he doesn't. Loki realized that, without the help of his powerful stallion, the builder wouldn't have the required stones to complete the task. He devised a plan to keep the great horse away from the building site. The wicked god, using the power of metamorphosis, became a beautiful mare, intending to seduce the great horse. The powerful equine was dazzled by the god in disguise. The builder tried to contain his horse's impetus, but he was too strong and ran away, chasing the divine mare. The desperate Loki ran as fast as he could and disappeared on the horizon, with the stallion on his trail. The builder, without the help of his horse, failed to finish his work on time and rebelled against the gods. He ripped off his cloak and revealed his identity. He was a giant. Furious, he shouted,
"Damn the gods of Asgard! You are nothing but cheats. You'll meet your end."
The furious giant set out to attack the gods. Thor, otherwise known as the exterminator of giants, fought against him and crushed his head with his hammer. The gods completed the rest of the wall, and Asgard was safe. However, a long time passed before Loki's return, who disappeared while attempting to escape the mighty horse. It took some time, but the god returned at last. He brought with him an exotic 8-legged colt, who pursued Loki wherever he went. Loki offered the colt to Odin and assured him that when he grew up, he would become the fastest and most powerful horse that ever lived. There was only one demand. No one could ever ask him the origin of the majestic horse, which would become known as Sleipnir. In the beginning of everything, there was a huge void known as Ginnungagap between the fire realm of Muspelheim and Niflheim, the icy land of mists. The freezing mists of Niflheim began to fill the Ginnungagap void and formed a great block of ice. As the temperature in Muspelheim began to rise, the heat from the fire started to melt the great ice stone. From within the ice emerged Ymir, a primitive deity who had hibernated within the ice. After the thawing, Ymir continued to sleep, but the heat of Muspelheim caused the colossal creature to sweat. From the sweat emerged the first living creatures. It was not only Ymir that emerged after the melting of the ice. A great cow named Ahumba also emerged. From her teats flowed 4 rivers that fed Ymir. The cow fed herself by licking a block of salty ice, and as the ice was consumed, a new creature emerged. This being was Buri, the progenitor of the gods. While Ymir slept, he continued to generate life, giving rise to the Jotun. Buri united with a giant to give birth to Vor. Vor joined with the giant Bestla to give birth to Odin, Vili, and Ve. Odin and his brothers lived frustrated and bored in the emptiness of Ginnungagap, as there was no sky, land, sea, or forests yet. The brothers decided that something had to be done. Only the death of Ymir could start the world we know today. Odin, Vile, and Ve attacked and killed the giant Ymir. From her blood the oceans were born. From Ymir's flesh grew dry land, and her great bones were piled up, giving rise to the mountain ranges. In Ymir's flesh were small larvae.
From them emerged the dwarves, who were to live beneath the earth, and the noble elves, who were to reside in Elfhelheim. After shaping Midgard, the gods thought that this could not be an uninhabited realm. Seeing two logs at the edge of the ocean, they decided that they would use that material to create mankind. A man known as Ask and a woman named Embla were shaped. Odin gave them life, Vili gave them intelligence, and Ve carved their eyes, ears, and mouths. With these, the men would be able to hear, see, and speak. All humans are descended from this first couple. Because he gave life to the first couple, Odin is known as the father of all. Finally, the brothers created the kingdom of Asgard, the home of the gods. This realm was separate from the others, connected only by the Bifrost Bridge. This was the beginning of the reign of the gods over the world.
Darling natural twist ended her hair over time. She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twist get better every day, just like you. Darling natural twist blended her hair over time. She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twist get better every day, just like you.
Hello, and welcome to The Long Shadow. There is an idea so deeply embedded in how Western civilization thinks about knowledge, about beauty, about justice, that most people encounter it without ever knowing where it came from. The idea is this, that somewhere beyond the visible, changeable, imperfect world we live in, there exists a realm of perfect, eternal things. But what we see with our eyes is only a shadow of what genuinely exists. But the philosopher's task, above all others, is to turn away from the shadow and face the light. That idea belongs to Plato, and it has shaped philosophy, theology, mathematics, and political thought for more than 2,000 years. And here is what the history books rarely linger on. The man who gave the world its most enduring vision of perfection spent his entire life being refused by the actual world. The city he loved executed the man he admired most. The political system he designed in careful, elegant detail was rejected every time he tried to bring it anywhere near a real government. He was held under house arrest by a Sicilian tyrant. He failed, repeatedly, specifically, on the record. And yet something extraordinary came out of that failure, not despite it, because of it. If you've heard of Plato at all, you probably know him as the philosopher of ideal forms, the man who wrote The Republic, the teacher of Aristotle. And all of that is true. But it leaves out the most interesting question, which is the one this documentary is built around. How does a man who was born to govern, who trained for power, who tried 3 times to reshape a real city according to his philosophical vision, and who failed every single time? How does that man become the thinker who shaped the imagination of Western civilization more completely than almost anyone else who ever lived? That question doesn't have a simple answer, but it has a true one. And it begins not with Plato himself, but with the world he was born into. If you find yourself drawn to stories like this one, stories about the lives behind ideas, consider subscribing to The Long Shadow. We'll be here every step of the way. Now, back to the beginning. The year was somewhere around 428 or 427 before the Common Era. Athens was the largest and most powerful Greek city, and also one of the most dangerous places in the ancient world to say something true out loud. A war was already underway that would eventually destroy Athenian supremacy. A plague had already moved through the city's streets and taken tens of thousands of lives. And the political experiments that Athenians had been conducting for a century, experiments in democracy, in oligarchy, in the rule of law and the rule of fear, were approaching a crisis that nobody living could quite see coming yet. Into that particular city, in that particular moment, a boy was born to one of its most distinguished families. His name, at birth, was Aristocles. He came from a lineage that traced itself to kings and lawgivers. His family expected him to govern. Athens expected him to serve. He had other plans, or rather, the world had other plans for him. And the distance between what that world expected of him and what it actually did to him is where his philosophy was born. The man the world would come to know as Plato was not, in the end, a man who escaped from the city's politics. He was a man who was formed by them, broken open by them, and he spent the rest of his life, 80 years of it, trying to understand why a city capable of producing such extraordinary thought was also capable of such profound, deliberate cruelty toward its own best minds. That is the story we are going to follow. The world remembers Plato as the philosopher of eternal ideals, of perfect forms existing beyond the reach of human confusion. What it remembers less clearly is that every ideal he ever articulated was forged in the specific heat of a specific catastrophe. Before we can understand what he believed, we need to understand what he survived. And that means beginning not with the man, but with the city. Athens sits on a wide plain that opens toward the sea to the southwest, ringed on three sides by mountains and anchored at its centre by a great limestone outcrop called the Acropolis. By the 5th century before the Common Era, that rock had been built upon for centuries. Temples rose from it, offerings accumulated. The goddess Athena, for whom the city was named, presided over it from a statue of ivory and gold 40 feet high. The city below that rock was something else entirely. By the time Plato was born, Athens had roughly 300,000 to 400,000 people within its territory, including a substantial enslaved population that made everything else possible. The free male citizens who participated in Athenian political life were a minority of the total, and yet what they had built was genuinely unprecedented. A democracy, not a perfect one, not an inclusive one by any modern measure, but a system in which ordinary men, craftsmen and farmers and merchants sat in assembly and voted on questions of war and law and the fate of their neighbours. That system had produced remarkable things: the Parthenon, tragedies of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, comedies of Aristophanes, naval victories against the Persian Empire that became foundational myths of Greek identity, and a culture of public argument and intellectual competition, unlike anything the ancient world had seen in quite the same concentrated form. But Athenian democracy had a feature that its admirers rarely emphasized, and its critics could not forget. It was capable of making catastrophically wrong decisions by majority vote, and it suffered no structural consequences for doing so. The same assembly that funded the Parthenon could vote to execute an entire island's male population for political insubordination, as Athens did to the people of Melos in 416. The same legal system that protected citizen rights could be turned against any citizen it collectively decided was inconvenient. Athens had also demonstrated, well before Plato's birth, a specific pattern when it came to its intellectuals. The philosopher Anaxagoras, who had argued that the sun was not a god but a mass of burning rock, was prosecuted for impiety and driven from the city around 450. The comic playwright Aristophanes would lampoon any thinker who became too prominent, too strange, or too threatening to popular opinion. The city did not simply ignore its unusual minds. It watched them. It tolerated them, up to a point. And then, occasionally it didn't. What made Athens intellectually extraordinary was not separate from what made it politically volatile. These same conditions that generated the Acropolis, the surplus of wealth, the culture of competitive display, the premium placed on persuasion and public speech, also generated an environment in which ideas were genuinely dangerous. where a well-argued position could make you enemies, where the line between brilliant and blasphemous was drawn not by any fixed principle, but by the shifting mood of 5,000 or 6,000 voting citizens on a particular afternoon. This was the city that the natural philosophers, the scientists and mathematicians and cosmologists of the 5th century had chosen to gather in or be drawn to. Figures like Protagoras and Gorgias, the sophists who made careers of teaching the art of argument for pay. Figures like Parmenides, who had argued that change itself was an illusion. Figures like Heraclitus, whose fragments suggested that everything was in flux. You could not step into the same river twice. Plato would eventually engage with all of them, argue with them, take from them, correct them as he saw it. But first he had to grow up in a city that was quietly tearing itself apart. Athens had already demonstrated decades before Plato's birth that it was entirely capable of turning on its own greatest minds. Philosopher Anaxagoras had been expelled. Politician Themistocles had been ostracized, driven from the city he had helped save. The city celebrated brilliance, and occasionally, with remarkable efficiency, destroyed it. Into this world, in the late 420s before the Common Era, Plato was born. His name, at birth, was Aristocles. That detail alone reframes everything. The man who would become the most famous philosopher in the Western tradition was not born with the name the world knows him by. Aristocles was a family name, honouring his grandfather, as was customary among the Athenian upper classes. The nickname Plato came later, possibly from a wrestling coach who noted the width of his shoulders, possibly a reference to his broad forehead, possibly neither. Ancient sources are inconsistent, as they often are, on exactly this kind of detail. What matters is that the name his family gave him was not philosophical, it was political. Aristocles, noble in the literal Greek sense, born to a family that expected its sons to lead. His mother, Perictione, traced her lineage through one of the most celebrated figures in Athenian legal history, Solon, the lawgiver who had restructured Athenian society in the early 6th century and was revered as one of the architects of the democratic tradition. On his father's side, Plato's family claimed descent from the early kings of Athens. These were not decorative claims. In a city where ancestry shaped social position, legal standing, and political expectation, Plato grew up in a household that genuinely understood itself to be among Athens' ruling class. His father, Ariston, died while Plato was still young. His mother subsequently remarried a man named Purulum, a prominent politician with close ties to the great Athenian statesman Pericles. So Plato grew up not at the edge of Athenian political life, but at its centre, in a household where the conversations at dinner would have included people who shaped city policy, commanded fleets, and argued cases before the assembly. He had siblings. An older brother, Adimantus, and another brother, Glaucon, who would later appear as characters in the Republic. He had a sister named Potone. The family was close-knit, educated in the manner expected of Athenian aristocrats: music, gymnastics, poetry, the rudiments of rhetoric and mathematics. There is a story, preserved by ancient biographers, that before Plato encountered philosophy, he was seriously engaged in writing poetry. Tragedies, perhaps, possibly lyric verse. The story holds that when he met Socrates, he burned what he'd written. Whether or not that specific detail is accurate, something about it rings true to what Plato did with his energy for the rest of his life. He had a writer's sensibility from the beginning. The dialogues he eventually produced are not merely philosophical arguments. They are dramatically structured, carefully characterized, attentive to scene and setting in ways that no other ancient philosopher matched. Whatever he burned, if he burned anything, the instinct that produced it never left him. What he was being prepared for, by birth and education and expectation, was not writing. It was governance. Plato's own words, preserved in what is believed to be his autobiographical 7th letter. He writes that as a young man, he felt what many young men of his class felt: an eagerness to enter public life as soon as possible. He wanted to participate. He believed the system could be improved by the right people being in it. Two things would change that belief. One of them had already begun before Plato was old enough to understand what was happening. The other was still waiting for him in the marketplace. The Athens that Plato grew up in during the 410s and 400s before the Common Era was not the confident city of the previous generation. The war against Sparta had already taken the man who had defined Athenian ambition, Pericles, who died in the plague in 429. The city that remained was louder, more fractious, more afraid, and the decisions it was making, one democratic vote at a time, were about to become catastrophic. The Peloponnesian War began in 431 before the Common Era and lasted with brief interruptions until 44, that is 27 years. For context, Plato was born during it, grew up inside it, and was in his early 20s when it finally ended. He had no adult memory of Athens at peace. The war was not background noise to his childhood, it was the air. Athens and Sparta had been the two dominant powers of the Greek world for generations, and the tension between them was not merely military, it was ideological. Sparta was a land power, rigid, militaristic, deeply hierarchical, governed by a small elite. Athens was a sea power, democratic, commercially prosperous, intellectually restless. The war between them was, in a sense, a war between two competing visions of what Greek civilization should be. Athens had advantages at the start. Its navy was unmatched. Its treasury, funded by tribute from its empire of allied and subject cities, was considerable. Its walls were strong. Pericles had designed a strategy of avoiding pitched land battles with Sparta while maintaining naval superiority and simply waiting. It might have worked. Then the plague came. In 430, a year into the war, the disease moved through Athens that historians have debated ever since. It killed somewhere between a quarter and a third of the city's population, by some estimates. It killed Pericles himself. It killed thousands of soldiers, and it changed the psychological character of the city in ways that were harder to measure but no less real. The confidence that had built the Parthenon took a wound it never fully recovered from. Political leadership became more volatile, more dependent on charisma and popular mood than on steady judgment. The decade that followed produced decisions that, in retrospect, look almost deliberately self-destructive. In 416, at the assembly where a young man named Alcibiades argued brilliantly for an audacious plan, Athens voted to send a massive military expedition to Sicily with the objective of conquering Syracuse, the most powerful Greek city in the Western Mediterranean. The campaign, which consumed 2 full years and involved the largest Athenian military force ever assembled, ended in total catastrophe. The fleet was destroyed. The army was captured or killed. Somewhere between 30 and 40,000 men, soldiers and sailors and support crew did not come home. Athens lost in that single expedition more men and ships than most Greek city-states could ever have fielded in the first place. Plato was a teenager when the Sicilian catastrophe unfolded. He was old enough to understand what it meant. The city's fathers and older brothers and neighbours had voted for that war, cheered that fleet out of the harbour, and then watched the news arrive in fragments over months. First defeat, then disaster, then silence. A democratic assembly, exercising its legitimate authority, had voted an entire generation into the sea. The war dragged on afterward through 2 oligarchic coups, 411 and 44, through Spartan occupation, through the burning of Athenian ships in the harbour by their own allies. When the war finally ended in 4-4 with Athens' total surrender, Plato was around 23 or 24 years old. The city that had begun the war as the dominant power of the Greek world had lost its empire, its fleet, and the certainty that had defined it. What it retained was the democratic assembly, the system that had made every one of those decisions, the system that would, within 5 years, make one more. By the time Plato was approaching his mid-20s, the war had produced one further consequence that nobody in Athens had fully mapped yet. A generation of young men had watched their city's certainties dissolve through their childhoods. They had seen democracy vote for catastrophe, aristocracy collude with the enemy. They were angry or bewildered or quietly searching. One of them would meet an old barefoot man in the marketplace of Athens and never be the same again. And neither, as it would eventually turn out, would the world. It was not impressive to look at. Socrates was short, thick-set. The broad, flat nose and eyes that ancient sources describe as slightly protruding, like a frog's. He went barefoot in all weather. He wore the same coarse cloak year-round. He had served as a soldier in the Peloponnesian War with documented courage, standing his ground in retreats that broke other men. But he had never sought the kind of military glory that Athenian culture awarded. He had no school, he charged no fees, he wrote nothing down. What he did every day in the colonnaded walkways and the potter's market and the open spaces near the law courts was talk to people. And then, with a patience that was almost surgical, he would take apart everything they thought they knew. The encounter between Plato and Socrates is not precisely dated. Ancient biographers suggest Plato was somewhere in his late teens or very early 20s. What we know with more confidence is what Plato himself wrote about the effect of that meeting, in letters and in the structure of everything he subsequently produced. He described it, in essence, as a redirection, not a conversion, because Plato had not held firm beliefs that needed overturning. More like a reorientation, a young man who had been looking toward the assembly and the courts, suddenly finding himself looking somewhere else entirely. What Socrates offered was not a doctrine. That is the crucial thing to understand about him. He did not arrive with a system, he arrived with a method. And the method was, in its way, a kind of controlled dismantling. He would begin by asking someone to define something they assumed they understood. Justice, perhaps, or courage, or piety. The person would offer a definition. Socrates would find an exception, a case where the definition broke down. The person would refine the definition. Socrates would find another problem. This would continue until the person, often publicly, in front of an audience, arrived at the admission that they did not, in fact, know what they had claimed to know. This was not a comfortable experience. Socrates applied it without exception, regardless of status. Generals who claimed to understand courage could not define it. Priests who claimed to understand piety could not say with precision what it was. Politicians who spoke endlessly about justice turned out to have only the vaguest idea what the word actually meant. Plato, who had grown up watching those politicians and those generals exercise power over the city, this was revelatory. Not in a cynical way. Socrates was not arguing that nobody knew anything, and therefore nothing mattered. He was arguing the opposite, that genuine knowledge was possible, and that the first step toward it was the honest acknowledgement of ignorance. The examined life, as he put it, was the only life worth living. Every other kind was simply habit dressed up as thought. Plato followed him for years. He listened to the conversations, participated in them, watched Socrates engage with the sophists and the politicians and the young men who gathered around him, out of fascination or admiration or both. He was not the only young aristocrat drawn to Socrates, but he was, as his later work would make clear, the one who understood most fully what was at stake in the method. The one who grasped that Socratic questioning was not merely an intellectual game. It was a claim about how human beings should live. It was also, though Plato was still too young to fully appreciate this, provocation. Every prominent person Socrates left publicly confused was a potential enemy. Every young man he redirected away from conventional ambition was, from the perspective of the city's establishment, a resource diverted. Athens had tolerated Socrates for decades, but tolerance in that city was never unconditional. Socrates was already, by the time Plato found him, a man who had been watched for years by people who had not yet decided what to do about him. Plato would spend the rest of his life trying to answer the question that watching eventually produced. Why is it that the most honest form of inquiry a city can generate is also the form its institutions are least able to survive? The Socratic method has a deceptively simple description. Ask questions. Follow the argument wherever it leads. Do not accept an answer that cannot withstand examination. But that description misses what made it genuinely radical, and why absorbing it changed the direction of Plato's entire intellectual life. Most people, when they hold a belief, hold it the way they hold a familiar object, without thinking about how they came to have it, without examining its weight or its edges. They received it from their parents, or their city, or their religion, or simply from the accumulated pressure of living among people who believe the same thing. The Socratic method treated every such belief as a question that had not yet been properly asked. This sounds agreeable in principle. In practice, it was destabilizing. Because when Socrates asked a general to define courage, and the general discovered he could not, what had actually happened was not a small intellectual embarrassment. What had happened was that the entire authority of the general's position, which rested partly on his presumed understanding of the virtue he embodied, had been quietly undermined. And this happened repeatedly to the people on whose judgments the city depended. Plato was not merely observing this, he was being trained by it. Every conversation he witnessed or participated in was teaching him something that his formal aristocratic education had not. That the most important questions were the ones nobody had yet answered correctly, and that claiming to answer them without genuine understanding was not confidence, but a kind of sophisticated confusion. There was also something in the method that pointed, though Plato would not yet have articulated this, toward a problem about knowledge itself. If every definition a person offers can be defeated by a well-chosen counterexample, what would it even mean to have genuine knowledge of something like justice or beauty? What kind of knowledge would be immune to that dismantling? The sophists had an answer. There is no such knowledge. Protagoras had argued that man is the measure of all things, meaning that truth is relative to the person perceiving it. Gorgias had gone further, suggesting that nothing can be known, and that even if it could be known, it could not be communicated. The sophists made careers teaching the art of argument. They were not interested in finding answers. They were interested in winning. Socrates disagreed completely, and Plato disagreed with him. The method was not designed to prove that knowledge was impossible. It was designed to clear away the false certainties that blocked genuine knowledge from emerging. Socrates believed, and Plato came to believe, that there were real answers to the questions the method raised. The search for them was not futile. It was the most important thing a person could do. This was the intellectual inheritance Plato was absorbing in those years. Not a set of conclusions, but a set of commitments. A commitment to following an argument past the point of comfort. A commitment to treating confusion as a beginning rather than an ending. A commitment to the idea that reality had a structure that careful thought could, in principle, reach. What Plato eventually built from those commitments was a philosophical system of extraordinary ambition. In the years he spent following Socrates through Athens, none of that architecture had been erected yet. What existed was the habit of questioning, the conviction that genuine understanding was both possible and necessary, and the growing, complicated awareness that the city he had been born into was not structured to reward the people who practiced it most seriously. The method Plato was learning in those years was not, in the end, confined to the philosophical. It reached into politics, into religion, into the assumptions on which every institution in Athens rested. Years immediately following the Peloponnesian War was a city that had lost too much with men who spent their days questioning the foundations of everything it had built itself upon. Athens surrendered to Sparta in 4-4 before the Common Era. Terms were severe. The city's famous long walls, which had protected its harbour connection and allowed the strategy of naval withdrawal during the war, were torn down. The fleet was reduced to 12 ships. The empire, which had funded the city's culture and power for half a century, was dissolved. and then Sparta imposed a government. The 30, as they came to be known, were a committee of Athenian oligarchs appointed under Spartan supervision to replace the democratic constitution. They took power in 4-4 and held it for approximately 8 months. In that time, they executed by execution orders and by driving people to suicide somewhere in the vicinity of 1,500 Athenian citizens. They confiscated property. They drove thousands more into exile. They used a corps of 300 enforcers to carry out arrests without legal process. By the end, even many of the oligarchs who had initially supported them had grown afraid. 2 members of the 30 were Plato's relatives. Critias, who led the regime and was its most extreme voice, was his mother's cousin. Charmides, who administered the Piraeus district under the 30's authority, was his mother's brother. Both men would die when the 30 were overthrown. Killed in the fighting as the democratic forces retook the city in 4-3. Plato was in his early 20s during these 8 months. What he felt watching his relatives exercise that kind of power is not directly recorded. But in the 7th letter, written decades later, he reflected on this period with a careful, measured horror. It initially, he wrote, hoped that the new government might improve things. The democracy had, after all, lost a catastrophic war. Change seemed necessary, and the 30 at the start had spoken the language of reform. What they did instead was something closer to a systematic settling of scores. The initial targets were genuine criminals, Plato wrote, but very quickly the killings became arbitrary. Old grudges, property that someone wanted, political threats, real or imagined. The 30, Plato noted, made the previous democracy look golden by comparison. This is the context in which Plato's later writings on tyranny need to be read. When he describes, in the Republic, the psychology of the tyrant as the most miserable form of human life, enslaved to his own appetites and his own fear, he is not working from abstraction. He had watched men he knew, men who sat at his family's table, become exactly that. Critias, who had himself been a student of philosophy, a man of genuine literary ability, had used his education in the service of systematic killing. The 30 were overthrown and democracy restored in 4-3. The new democracy granted a general amnesty specifically to prevent the cycle of reprisal from beginning again. It was, in its way, a politically mature decision. Athens chose to officially forget, but the amnesty did not erase what Plato had learned. He had seen both sides of the political spectrum at their worst within the span of a few years. He had seen democracy lose a devastating war through a series of freely chosen catastrophic decisions, and he had seen oligarchy govern murder. He had watched men who claimed to seek justice use the language of political authority to do the opposite of it. The question that would occupy him for the next 60 years had arrived, not through abstract contemplation, but through direct, irrevocable personal experience. What would a city actually governed by wisdom look like? And why was every real city so comprehensively unable to become it? The 30 were gone, and democracy had returned. Most Athenians tried to move forward. The amnesty held, the courts resumed, the assembly met, and Socrates, who had stayed in the city throughout the entire period, who had refused one direct order from the 30 and survived it, who had never stopped asking these questions in the marketplace, found that the restored democracy had not forgotten him. It had simply been waiting for the right moment. In 399, before the Common Era, 3 Athenian citizens brought charges against Socrates. Their names were Meletus, Anytus, and Lycon. The charges were impiety toward the gods the city recognized, introduction of new divine beings, and the corruption of Athenian youth. The trial was heard before a jury of 500 citizens, chosen by lot as Athenian law required. Both sides delivered speeches. Socrates spoke in his own defense. What he said is preserved in Plato's Apology, which scholars debate as a reconstruction rather than a verbatim transcript, but which carries, in its argumentative structure and its tone, the marks of something close to what was actually said. Socrates did not apologize. He did not beg. He told the jury that he had spent his life in service to the city by questioning it, that the god Apollo had assigned him to this task through the oracle at Delphi, and that a man who understood the difference between right and wrong could not stop doing right simply because it made powerful people uncomfortable. He suggested at one point that rather than punishment, the city might consider rewarding him with free meals in the Prytaneum, the building where Athens honoured its Olympic victors. The jury voted to convict, 280 to 220. By Athenian legal procedure, the penalty phase then allowed both the prosecution and the defendant to propose sentences, with the jury choosing between them. The prosecution proposed death. Socrates proposed, after some deliberation in the text, a fine. The jury chose death. Plato was present at the trial. He was among those who offered to stand surety for a substantial fine in the penalty phase. He was not, according to his own account in the Phaedo, present at the execution. He was ill, he writes. Whether that illness was physical, or whether it is a way of saying that he could not bear to be there, ancient readers understood differently. What he could not avoid was the news. Socrates was held in the state prison for 30 days, because an annual religious mission to Delos had begun the day before the verdict. Executions were not permitted during its duration. He spent those 30 days in conversation with friends and students who visited him daily, conversations that Plato would later reconstruct in several dialogues. Then he drank a preparation of hemlock which paralyzes the body progressively from the feet upward. He died in the presence of his friends, calm, by all accounts, to the end. He was 70 years old. The trial was legal. Every procedural requirement was met. A legitimate jury of Athenian citizens heard the evidence, deliberated, and reached a verdict by majority rule. Democracy had not malfunctioned. It had worked exactly as designed. And the most searching mind Plato had ever encountered was dead. Plato was 28 or 29. He had spent the better part of a decade following this man, listening to him, learning from him. And the lesson the city had just delivered was unambiguous. The examined life was not merely undervalued, it was, under the right circumstances, prosecutable. The man who had argued that knowledge of the good would naturally produce good behaviour had been killed by a vote of citizens who presumably considered themselves good men acting in the city's interest. The system was not broken. That was the point Plato could not escape. The system had worked precisely as systems do when they have no structural mechanism to distinguish wisdom from popular preference. Democracy, as Athens practiced it, had no such mechanism. It treated every vote as equally valid regardless of the understanding behind it. And that system had given the opportunity to evaluate the one person Plato believed genuinely understood something about the good. It had voted 280 to 220 to kill him. Athens had executed the man who argued the unexamined life was not worth living by a democratic vote of 280 to 220. Plato understood, with the kind of clarity that arrives only after catastrophe, that democracy had not made a mistake. It had expressed itself completely. And that meant the problem was not the decision. The problem was the system that made such decisions possible. That realization would govern every philosophical movie made for the rest of his life. Plato left Athens after the execution. He went first to Megara, a city a day's walk to the west, where the philosopher Euclid, not the mathematician but a student of Socrates, had established a small community of thinkers. Several of Socrates' circles scattered in the same direction during those months. The restored democracy had granted its amnesty and was not actively hunting them, but Athens itself was, for the moment, impossible to inhabit. What Plato did in Megara is not well documented. He thought, he grieved, he probably wrote. The period after Socrates' death is where scholars place the beginning of Plato's early dialogues. The composition of those texts was almost certainly an act of deliberate preservation, as much as philosophical inquiry. Socrates had written nothing. Everything he had argued, everything he had questioned, existed only in the memories of the people who had been there. And those people were now scattered, aging, and would not live forever. After Megara came a period of wider travel. Ancient sources, which are not always reliable on the specific chronology, describe Plato visiting Cyrene in North Africa, where he encountered the mathematician Theodorus. They describe time spent in Egypt. He may have travelled to southern Italy. The details are disputed, but the outline is generally accepted. Plato was away from Athens for something in the range of 10 to 12 years, moving through the eastern and central Mediterranean, absorbing traditions and encountering thinkers he would not have met had he stayed home. The most intellectually significant of these encounters was almost certainly his time in the Greek settlements of southern Italy, particularly the community associated with the followers of Pythagoras. The Pythagoreans were not simply a mathematical school. They were something closer to a philosophical and religious community built around the conviction that mathematics was not a tool for measuring the physical world, but a key to understanding reality at a deeper level. Numbers, in their view, were not abstractions imposed on experience. They were the structure of experience. The relationships between numbers, the ratios and proportions that governed musical harmony and geometric form, pointed towards something genuinely real in a way that sensory experience could not. For a man working through the aftermath of watching his city condemn and execute its most honest voice, this was a significant encounter. The Pythagorean tradition offered a framework for thinking about a kind of truth that was not subject to democratic vote. 2 + 2 = 4, regardless of what the assembly decides. The angles of a triangle sum to 2 right angles regardless of who is currently in power. Mathematical truth was not persuasion dependent. It was not contingent on popular approval. It simply was. The connection between this and what Plato eventually built is direct, and it runs deeper than mere influence. The theory of forms, which will become the foundation of his philosophy, is in certain respects a Pythagorean insight extended into ethics and metaphysics. If numbers represent a kind of perfect, eternal truth that the physical world approximates but never fully instantiates, then perhaps justice and beauty and goodness work the same way. Perhaps there are perfect, eternal versions of those things too. And perhaps the fact that human cities only ever produce imperfect approximations of justice does not mean justice is merely a cultural preference. It means the city hasn't looked in the right direction yet. Plato was not yet fully articulating this during his years of travel. He was still grieving, still questioning, still composing dialogues in which Socrates asks questions, and nobody, in the end, quite knows the answers. Somewhere in those years of travel, in the conversations with mathematicians and Pythagorean communities and Egyptian priests, a shape began forming in Plato's thinking. Not a consolation for what Athens had done, something more demanding than that. An argument that would explain not only why Socrates had been right, but why the world that killed him was structured in a fundamental and remediable way around a mistake about the nature of reality itself. The text Plato began writing in the years after the execution, but unlike anything that existed before them in the ancient world. Philosophy had been written before. The pre-Socratic thinkers had left fragments of prose and verse. The sophists had produced treatises on rhetoric and argument. What Plato created was something genuinely new. Philosophical argument cast in dramatic form, with named characters, specific settings, emotional texture, and the full give and take of real conversation.
Pasta ist für alle da. Oma, ich liebe dein Hühnerfilet. Das ist für Pasta. Du kochst für Pasta?
Aber die kochen wie Oma.
Ja, genau. Wir kochen ganz traditionell, nur mit natürlichen Zutaten, nach dem Froster Reinheitsgebot. Probier mal. Gibt's im Supermarkt. Froster.
Dialogues were not transcripts, they were crafted literary works. The but they wore the clothes of lived experience, and in doing so, they made philosophical inquiry feel like something a human being actually does, rather than something a scholar produces from behind a desk. The early group of these works, which scholars call the Socratic Dialogues, includes the Apology, Plato's rendering of Socrates' trial speech. It includes the Crito, set in Socrates' prison cell where a friend arrives with a plan for escape and Socrates refuses. The Euthyphro, where Socrates questions a man outside the courts who claims to understand piety perfectly. The Chamides, on the nature of self-knowledge. The Lex, on courage. Meno, which begins as a question about whether virtue can be taught and arrives, unexpectedly, at the threshold of something more profound. What these dialogues share, beyond their dramatic form, is their ending, or rather, their non-ending. Almost every one of them concludes in aporia. The Greek word means, roughly, being without a passage through. The question has been examined from multiple angles. The available answers have been found insufficient, and the conversation ends in honest acknowledgement that nobody knows. The reader is left not with a conclusion, but with a clarified version of the question. This was in itself a philosophical position. Plato was demonstrating that the Socratic method, honestly applied, produces not comfortable certainty but productive uncertainty. The man who knows he does not know is paradoxically in a better epistemic position than the man who falsely believes he does. The early dialogues were performing this lesson rather than merely describing it. They were also doing something more personal. Plato was writing Socrates back into existence. The man who had refused to write anything down, who had believed that genuine understanding could only be transmitted through living conversation, was being preserved, or reconstructed, or transformed in written form by the student who had understood him best. This involved a necessary irony that Plato was fully aware of. Socrates had been skeptical of writing precisely because a written text cannot answer back. It cannot respond to a new objection. It cannot adjust to the specific confusion of the specific person reading it. And yet here was Plato, writing dialogues that dramatized exactly this concern, using the very medium Socrates distrusted to honor the method that distrusted it. The question of where Socrates ends and Plato begins in the dialogues is one scholars have argued over for centuries. In the earliest texts, the Socrates who appears seems consistent with what other contemporary accounts suggest. A questioner without a system, a man who claims only the knowledge of his own ignorance. But even in these early works, Plato's shaping hand is visible. The scenes are too well crafted to be simple transcriptions. The arguments are too carefully structured. The silences fall in too dramatically effective places. Plato was not merely recording. He was already in these early texts thinking alongside Socrates rather than simply after him. And in the Meno, arguably the last of the early group, something shifts. The dialogue arrives at the doctrine of recollection, the idea that learning is not the acquisition of new knowledge, the recovery of knowledge the soul already possesses from before birth. It is the first place where the Platonic Socrates stops only dismantling and starts, tentatively, building. The early dialogues ended in honest confusion. That was the point, and it served its purpose. But a man in his 30s who has lost his teacher, travelled across the Mediterranean, encountered Pythagorean mathematics, and spent years composing elaborate philosophical dramas does not remain permanently at the threshold. Plato was about to step through it, and what he found on the other side was an idea so strange, so structurally ambitious, so consequential, that it would set the terms of philosophical debate for more than 2,000 years. Consider a circle, not any particular circle, not the one you might draw with a compass, which has some imperfection in the ink, some slight wobble in the line, not the circular edge of a coin, which is never quite perfectly round. Consider the idea of a circle, the mathematical object defined as every point equidistant from a single centre point. That object is perfect. Every circle you have ever seen is an approximation of it. The idea itself has never been inscribed anywhere, cannot be damaged or worn down, and will be exactly as true in 1,000 years as it is now. Plato asked, what if it works that way for everything? Not just for geometric shapes, where the mathematical Pythagorean tradition had already prepared ground. What if beauty works the same way? What if justice does? What if there is a perfect form of justice, existing somewhere beyond the sensory world, of which every human attempt at just behaviour is only a partial, imperfect instance? What if the beautiful things we encounter in the world, a piece of music, a face, a well-made argument, are beautiful precisely because they participate in or approximate a form of beauty, which itself exists beyond any particular beautiful thing and will outlast all of them? This is the theory of forms. And stated plainly like that, it sounds almost simple. The full philosophical weight of it only becomes clear when you understand what problem it's solving. The problem was this. Knowledge in the ordinary sense seems to require stable objects. If I claim to know that something is beautiful, but beautiful things change, age, lose their beauty, eventually disappear, then what exactly do I know? My knowledge was always going to expire along with its object. The sophists had used exactly this kind of instability to argue that there is no genuine knowledge, only opinion. An opinion, as Protagoras had said, varies from person to person. Plato's answer was to locate genuine knowledge in a different realm entirely. The sensory world, the world of physical things that change and decay, is not the proper object of knowledge. It is the proper object of opinion, of perception, of practical judgment. But behind it, and more real than it, is a realm of unchanging, eternal, perfectly instantiated forms. Knowledge of those forms is genuine knowledge. The philosopher who achieves it knows something that cannot be made untrue by tomorrow's events. This solved the epistemological problem, but it also did something more. It reintroduced, on a rigorous philosophical basis, the idea that some people understand reality more accurately than others. Not because they are more forceful in argument, as the sophists claimed. Not because they hold more social authority, as Athenian tradition assumed. But because they have done the specific intellectual and moral work of turning their minds toward the forms. A philosopher who understands the form of justice knows something genuinely different from the politician who has only ever negotiated between competing interests, and that difference matters for how a city should be governed. The connections to Plato's own experience were direct, even if the theory itself was built on careful philosophical argument. The Socratic method had been a practice of dismantling false certainties. The forms were what was left when you cleared those away. Mathematics, encountered through the Pythagoreans, had shown that there were truths the visible world could only approximate. Socrates' death had demonstrated that a democracy without any structural access to genuine understanding about justice could vote for injustice with complete procedural legitimacy. The theory of forms was all of this, compressed into a metaphysics. It was grief transformed into argument. And its implications were not comforting. If the forms are real, and if knowledge of them is possible, then a city that refuses to organize itself around that knowledge is not merely misguided. It is, in a precise and demonstrable sense, living in the wrong direction. The theory of forms had one implication Plato himself could not avoid. If there exists a form of the good, a perfect version of goodness that only the philosophically trained mind can perceive, then political power in the hands of anyone else is not merely a compromise. It is a structural guarantee of error. The conclusion followed from the theory with the clean necessity of a geometric proof, and it would bring Plato into conflict with every political system that actually existed. Around 387 before the Common Era, Plato returned to Athens. He was in his early 40s. He had been gone for something between 10 and 12 years. The city he returned to had stabilized. The democracy, restored since 4-3, had held through another decade and a half of political life without collapse. Athens was rebuilding its walls, slowly recovering its economic footing, re-establishing trade connections. It was not the empire-commanding power of the previous century, but it was functional. trauma of the war and the 30 had not disappeared, but it had settled into the texture of daily life rather than erupting continuously through it. Socrates' name was not officially under censure. The amnesty that had ended the democratic restoration covered his accusers and his supporters alike, though it could not be invoked in relation to Socrates himself, since the dead fall outside the reach of legal proceedings. The Socratics who had scattered after the execution had mostly returned. Plato's friend Antisthenes was in Athens. Aristippus had returned from his own travels. A community of people who had known Socrates and thought seriously about what he had meant was slowly reassembling. What Plato brought back to Athens was not the same mind that had left it. He had a philosophical system now, or at least the foundational architecture of one. He had the theory of forms, the conviction that genuine knowledge was possible and required disciplined intellectual work to achieve, and a set of related ideas about the soul, about education, and about the relationship between personal virtue and political order. He had also absorbed, in his travels, a range of mathematical and cosmological thinking that would eventually find its way to the dialogues he had not yet written. He also had a practical problem. He was 40 years old, from a family that had expected him to govern, with no political position, no institutional base, and a philosophy that most of Athens would have found either incomprehensible or threatening. The city had killed his teacher. It had not obviously changed. But Plato, who had watched it make that decision with full procedural legitimacy, had no illusions about what happened to thinkers who simply offered their ideas to popular scrutiny without institutional protection. He needed to build something, not a government, since Athens already had one and was not inviting his participation. Something more durable than a government. Something that could sustain the practice of philosophy across generations, regardless of who happened to be running the assembly that particular year. Plato returned to Athens not to make peace with the city that had killed Socrates. He returned to establish within its borders something that had never existed anywhere before. Within a year of his return, he had acquired a piece of land just outside the city walls, in a grove dedicated to the hero Academus. What he built there would last longer than Athens itself. The grove of Academus lay about 1.5 miles northwest of the city walls, along the road toward the den of Colonus. It was a quiet, shaded space with a history of religious association. Olive trees grew there. It had been a gymnasium, a public space for athletic exercise, before Plato began acquiring the surrounding land sometime around 387. What Plato built in and around that grove was not a school in any sense the modern world would immediately recognise. There were no fixed curricula in the early years, no formal admission procedures, no tuition fees in the conventional sense, no degrees conferred. What there was instead was a community of people gathered around the practice of philosophical inquiry, living in close proximity, sharing meals, conducting research, and pursuing a range of intellectual disciplines that Plato believed were preparatory to genuine philosophical understanding. Mathematics was central. Plato is reported to have had the phrase, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here," inscribed above the entrance. Whether that inscription was literal or legendary, the spirit it conveys was real. Geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, approached mathematically, and the study of harmonics were all taught at the academy as disciplines that trained the mind rigorously about abstract relationships, to move from sensory particulars toward the underlying structural truth that Plato believed constituted genuine knowledge. The academy was not a mathematics department. It was preparing people to think about the most difficult questions, about the nature of reality, about the good, about justice, about how political communities should be organised. The mathematical training was the foundation, not the destination. The institution's political dimension was deliberate, even if it operated quietly. Plato had spent years watching what happened when men without genuine philosophical formation were given political power. The academy was, among other things, an attempt to produce people who had that formation. Ancient sources tell us that its graduates were sought out as advisors and lawmakers by cities across the Greek world. Several are recorded as being invited to draft constitutions. Plato himself received such invitations, and not only from Sicily. The Academy was exporting philosophical practitioners of government quietly and persistently across several decades. It was also, in its very existence, a statement about the death of Socrates. Athens had decided that the practice of philosophical questioning was a public danger and had acted accordingly. Plato had responded by institutionalizing that practice. He had taken the activity the city had found threatening enough to prosecute and given it a permanent home, a legal identity, property, and a membership that would continue generating new practitioners, regardless of what any particular democratic assembly decided about philosophy's social value. The Academy was defiant given architectural form. It would also last in various forms and with various interruptions for roughly 9 centuries, until the Byzantine Emperor Justinian closed the philosophical schools of Athens in 529 of the Common Era. No other educational institution in the Western tradition has a comparable record of continuous existence. Plato founded it approximately 387 before the Common Era, and it survived until the 6th century after it. The Grove of Academus gave the English language the word academy. Every university, research institute, and learned society that exists today carries, at some structural distance, a trace of what Plato built there. Among the people who would pass through its doors in the coming decades were mathematicians who would develop foundational proofs, astronomers who would revise Greek cosmology, politicians who would actually govern cities, and one young man from a northern city who would arrive around 367, spend 20 years there, and then leave to build a rival system that would compete with Platonism for the next 2 millennia. The Academy was built, the institution was running, students were arriving, Plato was writing, teaching, and corresponding with thinkers across the Greek world. But the most urgent question his philosophy had generated was still unanswered, and growing more pressing with every year. The theory of forms implied something about governance that could not be left as a purely abstract claim. Plato was about to find that out in Sicily. Imagine people who have been chained since birth in an underground chamber. They face a wall. Behind them, at a distance, a fire burns. Between the fire and the prisoners, other people carry objects whose shadows fall on the wall the prisoners face. The prisoners can see only those shadows. They've never seen the objects casting them. They've never seen the fire. They've never seen daylight. For them, the shadows are reality. The names they give things are names for shadows. Most perceptive among them, the ones who can predict which shadow will appear next, are respected as the wisest. Now imagine one prisoner is unchained and forced to turn around. The firelight hurts his eyes. The objects he now sees are confusing, their reality harder to process than familiar shadows. He's dragged further, up through the cave's exit into sunlight. Pain is intense. Gradually his eyes adjust. He sees the world as it actually is. He sees eventually the sun itself, which is the source of all the light by which everything else is visible. And then he goes back down. This is Plato's allegory of the cave, and it appears in the Republic. Its meaning as a metaphor for philosophical education is clear enough. Most people live with shadows, with sensory impressions and conventional opinions, mistaken for genuine understanding. The philosopher is the one who has made the painful ascent toward real knowledge, toward the forms and ultimately toward the form of the good, which Plato compares to the sun. The educator's task is to turn the soul in the right direction, not to insert information into a passive mind, but to redirect a mind that is already capable of understanding toward what it has not yet seen. But the allegory does not end with the philosopher in the sunlight. That is the version people remember. What Plato actually wrote is that the philosopher goes back into the cave, not willingly, because justice requires it. Because the people in the cave are still there, still chained, still giving honours to the ones who most accurately predict which shadow comes next. A philosopher who returns from the sunlight cannot see in the dark, at least not at first. His eyes need to readjust. The prisoners, watching him stumble, conclude that the journey upward has damaged him, and they resist everything he tries to tell them. This part of the allegory was not abstract philosophy for Plato, it was biography. Socrates had gone back into the cave. He had spent 30 years trying to show the prisoners that their shadows were shadows. Athens had watched him stumble in the darkness he could not quite navigate, and had concluded that he was dangerous. The allegory was not merely a theory of knowledge, it was an interpretation of an actual event, rendered in images because the argument alone was not sufficient to carry the weight of what had happened. The political implication is explicit in the text. Plato argues that the philosophers produced by his educational system, ones who have made the ascent, would actually prefer to remain in the light. They must be compelled to return and govern. Not because governing is desirable, but because the alternative is to leave power in the hands of people who have never turned away from the wall. A city governed by the untrained is a city that confuses shadows for substance in every decision it makes, including, as Athens had demonstrated, decisions about who deserves to live. There is something in the allegory that reveals how precisely Plato had thought about his own situation. He was the philosopher who had made the ascent, or believed he had. He was writing books, founding an institution, training students. He was, in other words, going back into the cave. He was doing it in full knowledge of what the cave did to the people who tried to turn it around. The allegory ended not with liberation, but with obligation. The philosopher who sees must return to those who cannot. Plato had built that argument into the very centre of the Republic. What he had not yet fully reckoned with was what happened when the philosopher went back into the cave with a plan, not just a method. That reckoning was coming, and it would not take place in Athens. The Republic is the longest of Plato's dialogues, and, measured by influence, one of the most consequential works in the history of Western thought. It begins with a question. Socrates, arriving at the house of the old man Cephalus in the Piraeus district of Athens, asks, "What is justice?" The next 360 pages are Plato's attempt to answer it. The argument moves in stages. Justice, Plato argues through Socrates, is not merely a social contract or a pragmatic arrangement between people who benefit from mutual cooperation. It is a structural condition of the soul. The just soul is one in which reason governs spirit and appetite. The reasoning part sets the direction. The spirited part provides the energy to pursue it. An appetite is satisfied within limits reason sets. When that order is inverted, when appetite governs, or when spirit is ungoverned, the soul is unjust regardless of whether its behaviour happens to produce good outcomes in particular cases. From this account of individual justice, Plato derives his account of the just city. The city, he argues, is the soul written large. Just as the individual soul has three parts, the city has three corresponding classes. At the base are the producers, the farmers, craftsmen and merchants who provide material necessities. Above them are the guardians, a military class trained not merely in combat, but in the intellectual and moral disciplines that develop good judgment. At the apex are the philosopher rulers, the small number of people who have completed the full philosophical education and achieved genuine understanding of the form of the good. This structure was not presented as an aspiration toward which existing cities might gradually tend. It was presented as the only arrangement under which a city could be genuinely just. Every other form of government, including democracy, was a deviation from this order, and each deviation was mapped to a corresponding type of soul. The democratic soul, in Plato's account, is one that has elevated the principle of equality among desires to a governing value. It treats every appetite as equally valid, every preference as equally worth satisfying, and consequently produces a person and a city incapable of the kind of ordered purposive life that genuine flourishing requires. The noble lie, which Plato includes in the Republic's account of how the city's class structure would be maintained, is one of the texts most discussed and most misunderstood elements. Plato proposes that the city's citizens be told a founding myth, that they emerge from the earth, and that each person's soul contains a different metal, gold for the rulers, silver for the guardians, bronze or iron for the producers. This myth, he argues, would make the class structure feel natural and permanent. What he does not claim is that the philosopher rulers themselves believe it. They know it is a myth. They maintain it for the stability of the city. That detail is uncomfortable, and Plato knew it was uncomfortable. The philosopher who had spent his entire intellectual life in pursuit of truth was proposing that the just city be founded on a deliberate falsehood maintained by the wisest people in it. He was, in the text, fully aware of the paradox. His answer was essentially utilitarian. The alternative is a city in which the untrained majority makes decisions based on their own unexamined preferences, which produces worse outcomes and more genuine deception, because people mistake their preferences for knowledge. The Republic also included in its final books a survey of political decline. From the ideal city, Plato traced a sequence of degradation through democracy, rule by those who love honour, to oligarchy, to democracy, and finally to tyranny. The tyrant, Plato argued, is the most miserable human being alive, driven by appetites he cannot control and fears he cannot suppress. The tyrant is the freest person in appearance and the least free in reality, enslaved to his own desires in a way that no external chain could match. He had met one, he was about to meet another. The Republic had been written. The argument was complete. City and words existed with a clarity and internal consistency that no actual city in the Greek world came close to matching. Plato had proven, to his own satisfaction, and that of many who read him, that philosophy could produce a coherent account of perfect governance. He was about to discover what happened. When you tried to take that account anywhere near a real government, the lesson would be repeated 3 times. It would never be pleasant. Around 387 before the Common Era, the same year Plato founded the Academy, he made his first voyage to Syracuse on the island of Sicily. Syracuse was not a marginal outpost of the Greek world. It was one of the wealthiest and most powerful Greek cities in the Mediterranean, arguably rivaling Athens in scale and surpassing it in military strength at this particular moment in history. The city sat on the eastern coast of Sicily, built partly on an island in a natural harbour, surrounded by agricultural land so fertile that the region had become a byword for abundance. And since 367, it had been ruled by a man named Dionysius I. Dionysius was a complex figure. He had risen from relatively ordinary origins to seize power during a Carthaginian invasion, positioning himself as the man who could save Syracuse when its existing leaders had failed. He was a genuine military commander, a competent administrator, and by most accounts a man of considerable intelligence. He was also, by any honest political classification, a tyrant. He had eliminated his opponents, concentrated power in his own hands, and maintained his position through a combination of military loyalty and controlled fear. He was, in short, exactly the kind of ruler Plato's Republic had just finished arguing should not exist. What brought Plato to Syracuse was a man named Dion. Dion was Dionysius' brother-in-law, a young Syracusan aristocrat who had become intensely interested in philosophy and had made contact with Plato's circle. He was, by ancient accounts, everything Plato's theory suggested a philosophical nature should be: serious, disciplined, genuinely committed to virtue rather than to pleasure or personal advancement. He was also well positioned at the Syracusan court and believed that if Plato could be brought to Syracuse and given access to Dionysius, the philosopher might be able to redirect the tyrant's considerable energy towards something better governed. Plato went, probably with genuine, if cautious, hope. He had just written a work arguing that philosophers have an obligation to enter political life if their understanding could be used there. Refusing the invitation would have been inconsistent with everything he had just argued. What happened in Syracuse was not, by any account, a productive philosophical exchange. The two men clashed. Ancient sources describe Dionysius taking offense at Plato's manner, possibly at the directness of his philosophical conversation, which, in the Socratic tradition, did not flatter powerful interlocutors. Plato, for his part, seems to have assessed Dionysius quickly and accurately as someone fundamentally uninterested in the genuine self-examination and philosophical engagement required. The tyrant was not looking for a teacher, he was looking for an ornament. The aftermath is where the ancient sources diverge most sharply. Several accounts, including some that Plato's own letters allude to, state that Dionysius arranged for Plato to be put on a ship back to Greece, in the company of a Spartan ambassador named Polis, and that Polis, at Dionysius' suggestion or instruction, sold Plato into slavery at the market in Aegina. Plato was then ransomed. Who paid the ransom varies in the telling. One account names Aniceros of Cyrene, a philosopher Plato had met in his travels, who happened to be present in Aegina. Another names his Athenian friends. Whether the slavery episode is literal or a dramatic condensing of a more complicated humiliation, its symbolic force is exact. The man who had argued most carefully for the philosopher's right and obligation to govern had, on his first attempt to influence a real ruler, been treated as merchandise. He returned to Athens. The academy continued. Dion remained in Syracuse writing letters. Correspondence between them sustained itself across the Sicilian Sea for years, and Dion, patient and certain in the way that Plato's philosophical ideal of a political nature would suggest, began to wait. The philosopher who had written that philosophers should govern cities had, on his first serious attempt to influence one, reportedly been placed in chains. He had been ransomed and returned to Athens. But the pull of Syracuse was not finished with him. Because Dion believed, and Plato allowed himself to believe, that the circumstances in Sicily were about to change in a way that made everything possible again. Plato came back to Athens with the Sicilian failure still fresh, and the academy already filling with students. He kept writing. The dialogues of his middle period, the works produced during his 40s and 50s, move with a different confidence than the early Socratic texts. The aporia is still present, the honest acknowledgement that philosophy has not solved everything. But it sits alongside genuine philosophical construction. Plato is no longer only dismantling, he is building. One of the structures he builds most carefully is his account of the human soul. Not the soul as a religious concept, though that dimension was present in Greek tradition, and Plato engaged with it. The soul in Plato's philosophical psychology is the organizing principle of a human being. It is what makes you the kind of person you are, what determines what you pursue and what you avoid, what you find genuinely satisfying, and what leaves you restless. In the Republic and in the Phaedrus, Plato develops what scholars call the tripartite account. The soul has three parts or aspects. The reasoning element, which he calls logistikon, is capable of understanding the forms, of deliberating about long-term goods, of recognizing the difference between what genuinely benefits a person and what merely feels pleasant right now. The spirited element, thumos, is the seat of ambition, honor-seeking, and righteous indignation. It is what makes a person fight for what they believe in, what generates the capacity for courage. The appetitive element, epithumia, is desire in the broad sense, hunger, thirst, sexual desire, the drive for comfort and pleasure. Plato's claim was not that any of these elements is bad in itself. Appetite is not a problem. Eating and drinking and resting are necessary. Spirit is not a problem. Capacity for courageous action matters. The problem arises from their ordering. When reason governs, directing spirit's energy toward genuine goods, and permitting appetite within appropriate limits, the soul is just, and the person is genuinely free. When appetite governs, which Plato believed was the chronic condition of democratic societies, a person is enslaved to desires they cannot evaluate or control. When spirit governs unchecked, the result is a personality that confuses honor and dominance with genuine achievement. The reason this psychological account matters beyond philosophy is that Plato used it to explain something everyone observes, but few frameworks adequately describe: experience of internal conflict. Why does a person who knows that eating too much is harmful eat too much anyway? Why does someone who has decided to act with restraint find themselves overwhelmed by anger? The standard Greek philosophical tradition, particularly Socrates as Plato initially portrayed him, tended toward the view that wrongdoing was simply a form of ignorance. Nobody does wrong voluntarily. If you knew what was genuinely good, you would pursue it. Plato was not certain this was right. The tripartite account made space for genuine weakness of will. The situation in which a person's reason knows one thing, and their appetite or spirit pulls in another direction. The soul is not unified by nature. Unity must be achieved through education, through habituation, through the sustained practice of philosophical inquiry. This was why education was central to the Republic's ideal city, not to produce technically skilled workers, but to produce people whose souls were properly ordered, people in whom reason had developed enough strength to maintain its governance. He had seen what happened to people, even intelligent people, even people with some philosophical formation, an appetite or spirit overwhelmed reason. He had seen it in his relatives during the 30s. He had seen a version of it in Dionysius of Syracuse. He would see it again, closer to home, in the person he had highest hopes for. Plato's most uncomfortable conclusion about democracy was embedded in his psychology. A democratic society, by treating all desires as equally valid and all voices as equally worth hearing, systematically produces people in whom appetite has learned to call itself freedom. The citizens of such a city are not governed by others. They're governed by themselves, which is worse, because they cannot see the governor that is running them. He had written this in the Republic. Within a few years, he would be back in Sicily, watching it happen in real time, at close range, in the person he had most hoped to save. Dion of Syracuse was not a student in the ordinary sense of the word. He had not arrived at the academy as a young man seeking an education. He was already formed when he encountered Plato, already positioned at the centre of Syracusan power, already a figure of consequence in the most powerful Greek city in the Western Mediterranean. What the encounter with Plato gave him was not information, it was a framework, a way of understanding what power was for, what kind of person should exercise it, what the distance between Syracuse as it existed and Syracuse as it might become actually measured. He was, by ancient accounts, genuinely remarkable, disciplined in a way that Plato's philosophy valued above almost every other quality, indifferent to luxury and a court that was built around it, capable of genuine philosophical reflection in an environment that rewarded tactical cunning. He was also Dionysius I's brother-in-law, married to the tyrant's daughter Arete, and therefore embedded in the Syracusan court with a proximity to power that no outside advisor could match. For Plato, Dion represented something he had not permitted himself to hope for since the trial of Socrates. Here was a man who held genuine political influence and possessed what Plato believed was a genuinely philosophical nature. Not a ruler who needed to be persuaded to tolerate philosophy, but a man already persuaded, already oriented toward the good in the way the Republic described, already asking the right questions. The correspondence between them across the years following Plato's first Sicilian visit was sustained and serious. Dion sent money to support the academy. Plato sent letters and almost certainly newer dialogues as they were completed. The relationship functioned as what Plato had theorized the relationship between philosophy and political power should be. The philosopher at a remove, shaping the formation of the political actor translating that formation into real decisions in a real city. The plan, when it crystallized, was built around a single contingency. Dionysius I was aging. He had sons. The eldest, Dionysius II, would inherit. Dion believed the younger Dionysius was educable in ways his father had not been. Where the father had been hardened by decades of paranoid rule, the son was young, intellectually curious, and had not yet developed the armouring that prolonged power produces. If Plato could be brought back to Syracuse to educate the new ruler before the court factions had consolidated their influence over him, the philosophical formation might actually take. It was a precise, practical plan. It was also, in retrospect, built on a misreading of human nature that Plato's own psychology should have warned against. The tripartite soul did not become ordered through exposure to a persuasive teacher. It required sustained education, habituation, and the kind of structured life that the Republic's educational program was designed to produce from childhood onward. Dionysius II had not had that childhood. A few months of philosophical conversation with the most brilliant thinker in the Greek world was not a substitute, but Dion believed it could work. And Plato, who was now in his late 50s, looked at the Sicilian situation with the awareness that he was not getting younger, that the academy was established and could continue without him for a season, and that the argument of the Republic had placed him under something close to an obligation to try. Dion believed, and Plato allowed himself to believe, that when the old tyrant died and his son took the throne, the moment had finally arrived. The new ruler was young. The court around him had not yet calcified. Philosophy had a window. Plato, approaching 60, would make the voyage again. What he found in Syracuse would test not just his political theory, but his trust in the person he had placed all his remaining hope in. Sometime during the years between his first and second Sicilian voyages, Plato wrote the Symposium. It is set at a drinking party, the symposium in the Greek sense, held at the house of the tragedian Agathon to celebrate his victory at a theatrical festival. The guests, who include Aristophanes, the comic playwright, and a doctor named Eryximachus and others, decide to dispense with heavy drinking for the evening, and instead take turns delivering speeches in praise of Eros, the god of love and desire, the symposium most beautiful thing Plato ever wrote. The setting is vivid, the characters are fully realized, the speeches build on and complicate each other with a structural intelligence that makes the whole dialogue feel less like a philosophical treatise and more like music. And at its center, introduced not as Socrates' own argument, but as something he learned from a woman named Diotima of Mantinea, a priestess he describes as having taught him everything he knows about love, is one of the most extraordinary passages in ancient literature. Diotima's account of Eros begins with a correction. Love, she argues, is not a god but a spirit, a being between mortal and divine, perpetually in motion between lack and abundance, between ignorance and wisdom. Love desires what it does not have. It pursues beauty not simply for the pleasure of possessing it, but because beauty is connected to something more fundamental, the desire for immortality, for permanence, for something in human experience that resists the ordinary transience of mortal life. Then she describes what she calls the ladder of love. A person begins, she says, by being attracted to a single beautiful body. Properly guided, they come to recognize that the beauty in that body is related to the beauty in other bodies, and they begin to love physical beauty in general rather than any particular instance of it. From there, the person who continues ascending recognizes that beauty of soul is more valuable than beauty of body. Then they begin to perceive the beauty in practices, in knowledge, in the activities of philosophy. And finally, if they have made the full ascent, they arrive at the direct contemplation of beauty itself, a form of beauty, existing eternally, not in any particular thing or body or practice, but as the pure structure that all beautiful things participate in. Plato placed this speech in the mouth of a woman, and through her in the mouth of Socrates, the reasons that scholars have long considered. One possibility is simply that the claim was too radical to be Socrates' own invention. Assigning it to a priestess gives it a different kind of authority, religious as well as philosophical. Another possibility is that Plato understood the teaching as something external to the Socratic tradition, absorbed from sources his own travels had opened to him. Whatever the reason, Diotima's ladder became one of the most influential accounts of aesthetic and spiritual ascent in the history of philosophy. Absorbed into Neoplatonism, it into Christian mystical theology, into Renaissance ideas about beauty and contemplation. What the symposium also reveals about Plato, between his philosophical arguments, is a thinker of unusual emotional range. The dialogue ends not with Dosatima's speech, but with the arrival of the drunken Alcibiades, the brilliant, destructive Athenian politician who barges in late and delivers an extraordinary speech in praise not of Eros in general, but of Socrates specifically. His speech is honest, funny, and painful. He describes trying to seduce Socrates and being refused. He describes the strange experience of being in the presence of someone who seemed to want nothing from him that the world normally exchanged. He describes his resentment at this, and his admiration, and his sense that Socrates was the one person he had ever met who made him feel genuinely ashamed of the gap between who he was and who he could be. It is a portrait of love in a different key from Diotima's. Not the ascending ladder, but the particular, irreducible, uncomfortable experience of encountering a person whose integrity makes your own compromises visible. Diotima's ladder ends not in the embrace of another person, but in the solitary contemplation of beauty itself, eternal and beyond any individual. It is a philosophy of love that, followed to its conclusion, transcends the very longing it begins with. Whether Plato lived this way, or only argued it, was a question his contemporaries debated. It is still open, and it is worth holding in mind as we watch him sail back to Syracuse for the second time, drawn by a specific person, a specific hope, in a very particular city that had nothing eternal about it. Dionysius I died in 367 before the Common Era. Dionysius II took power. Dion sent the letter Plato had been half expecting, half dreading, for years. Plato went. He was around 60 years old. The academy was well established, its reputation extending across the Greek world, its curriculum running without his daily supervision. He had no practical reason to go to Syracuse beyond the one reason that had driven him since the trial of Socrates, the conviction that philosophy and power needed eventually to meet. That a philosopher who refused every opportunity to bring his understanding to bear on an actual city was not honouring the obligation the allegory of the cave had laid on the person who had reached the sunlight. The early months in Syracuse offered genuine, if fragile, encouragement. The young Dionysius received Plato with what appeared to be real enthusiasm. He attended philosophical discussions. He encouraged a fashion for geometry among the court, and ancient sources describe the palace floors being marked with geometric figures as courtiers, and officials tried to demonstrate their new intellectual interests. There was something in the young ruler's appetite for Plato's company that looked, at least at first glance, like the curiosity Dion had promised. The court was not simply a classroom. It was a political environment with its own dynamics, its own factions, its own accumulated jealousies and ambitions. At the centre of every court calculation was the question of who held the ear of the ruler. Dion held it prominently. Dion, who was older than Dionysius, more serious, more clearly philosophically committed, and more likely to use that position to push the young tyrant toward governance, a constrained tyrannical power. The other factions at court understood exactly what philosophical formation in this context meant. It meant Dion's influence, formalised, reinforced. Within months, those factions had manoeuvred with considerable skill. Letters were intercepted or produced. The accusation made against Dion was that he had been in private correspondence with Carthage, Syracuse's great rival, conducting unauthorized diplomacy for personal advantage. Whether the charge was fabricated entirely or built around some genuine fragment of contact, Dionysius responded to it in the way that insecure rulers respond to threats from the people closest to them. He moved quickly. Dion was placed on a ship and sent into exile in Greece before he had the opportunity to answer the charges or appeal to the relationship he had cultivated with the ruler for years. Plato was now in Syracuse without his closest ally, in the court of a man whose philosophical enthusiasm was visibly cooling as the political pressures on him clarified. He requested permission to leave and return to Athens. Dionysius declined. He was not imprisoned in any explicit sense. He moved freely within the court and its grounds. A guest whom the host declines to release is not entirely a guest. The weeks that followed were, by any account, of sustained exercise and philosophical patience under conditions that had ceased to be philosophical. Plato continued to converse with Dionysius. He continued to press the case for genuine philosophical formation. The young ruler continued to express interest while doing nothing that required genuine change. He wanted the prestige of Plato's presence, the appearance of philosophical kingship, without the substance of philosophical discipline. Eventually, Plato was allowed to leave. He returned to Athens and the academy. Dion arrived in Greece not long after, beginning an exile that would last years, spending time at the academy, attending lectures, living in the proximity of the institution his own advocacy had helped Plato build. Plato was home. The experiment had produced nothing. Dion was in Greece, patient and quietly furious, spending his days in philosophical company and his evenings, one imagines, thinking about what he intended to do when the opportunity returned. Dionysius II, left alone in Syracuse without the philosopher he had grown tired of, and the uncle he had expelled, began sending letters to Athens. He wanted Plato to come back. He insisted he had changed. He said he was ready. And somewhere in Athens, in a man approaching his late 60s, the argument of the Republic was still making its demands. The same year Plato left for his second Sicilian voyage, the 17-year-old arrived at the academy from the northern Greek city of Stagira in Macedonia. His name was Aristotle. His father, Nicomachus, had been the court physician to the Macedonian king Titus II. Both parents were dead by the time Aristotle came to Athens. He arrived under the guardianship of a family friend, with enough resources to support himself, and with what ancient sources consistently describe as a remarkable intellectual appetite from the beginning. He was not a blank slate shaped entirely by Plato. He arrived already curious, already widely read, already inclined toward the kind of systematic observation of the natural world that would eventually define his mature work. He would stay for 20 years. What Aristotle encountered at the academy was not simply a collection of interesting courses. It was a community organized around a set of philosophical commitments. Above all, the conviction that mathematics and abstract reasoning provided the path toward genuine knowledge, and that the physical world of sensory experience was, in Platonic terms, the domain of opinion rather than knowledge proper. He absorbed all of it, engaged with it seriously, respectfully, and with a quality of attention that distinguished him from the beginning. Plato, returning from Sicily, recognized what he had. He is reported to have called Aristotle the mind of the school. In a community that attracted intelligent people from across the Greek world, that distinction meant something. The young man from Stagira argued carefully, followed an argument through to its consequences rather than stopping when it became uncomfortable, and possessed a quality that the best philosophical students share: the ability to hold a complex position clearly in mind while simultaneously pressing on its weakest points. That last quality was the one that would eventually matter most, because Aristotle was not, even in those early years, a passive recipient of Platonic doctrine. He was genuinely persuaded by parts of what Plato argued. He was genuinely troubled by others. The theory of forms was the central puzzle. Plato had argued that the forms were separate from the things that participated in them, existing in a different realm entirely. Aristotle kept finding the same problem with this. If the form of beauty is separate from all beautiful things, what exactly is the relationship between the form and the things it is supposed to explain? How does a thing in the physical world participate in something that exists in a completely different ontological domain? These were not hostile objections. They were the questions of a student who had taken the theory seriously enough to find its genuine difficulties. Plato was aware of Aristotle's critical tendencies and, by most accounts, valued them. A community of people who simply agreed with everything the founder said was not a philosophical community. It was something else. The The intellectual relationship between the two men was not symmetrical in the way that later legend sometimes depicts it. Plato representing idealism, Aristotle empiricism, each a pure type. Reality was more interesting. Aristotle spent 20 years genuinely inside Platonic philosophy, shaped by its questions and its methods, even as he was sharpening his disagreements with its answers. When he eventually departed, he did not simply walk away from Platonism. He carried it with him, embedded in the deep structure of every problem he subsequently chose to address. But that departure was still years away, when the young man from Stagira first walked into the grove of Academus. In the meantime, the Academy was the most intellectually alive institution in the ancient world, and its founder was about to be asked one more time to leave it. Plato once called Aristotle the mind of the school. The most brilliant student in any institution is also, almost inevitably, the one who eventually outgrows it. By the time Aristotle left Athens, Plato would be dead, and the question he had spent 20 years refining would divide philosophy into two streams that have not fully reconciled in the 23 centuries since. Plato's Phaedo is set in a prison cell. The dramatic frame is explicit and precise. It is the final day of Socrates' life. The religious mission to Delos that had delayed the execution has returned to Athens. The hemlock has been prepared. Friends have gathered. Phaedo, one of the younger students, narrates the day's conversations from memory to a friend who was not there. And Socrates, apparently without distress, spent his final hours arguing for the immortality of the soul. The arguments he offers are multiple, and Plato is careful enough to acknowledge through the responses of the characters that none of them is airtight. After one argument, two of the listeners present counter-objections that Socrates takes seriously and addresses rather than dismissing. The dialogue is philosophically honest in a way that makes the Phaedo unusual among ancient defences of any doctrine. It does not pretend the case is proven beyond challenge. It argues that the evidence on balance points towards something that persists. The first argument works through opposites. In nature, Socrates observes, opposites generate each other. Sleep produces waking. Waking produces sleep. Death produces life, in the cycle by which living things die and new ones arise. Why should the soul be different? The second argument is the theory of recollection, introduced tentatively in the Meno and developed here more fully. If learning is actually the recovery of knowledge the soul possessed before birth, then the soul must have existed before birth. And if it existed before birth, there is at least reason to consider that it persists after death. The third argument, the most structurally important, connects the soul to the forms. The soul, Plato argues through Socrates, is more like the forms than it is like physical objects. The forms are eternal, simple, unchanging. The body is composite, changing, mortal. The soul, which grasps the forms through reasoning, resembles the forms in its basic character. It is therefore more plausible that the soul belongs to the eternal order than to the mortal one. What the Phaedo reveals, beyond its formal arguments, is the emotional work that drove the composition. Plato was not writing a neutral philosophical treatise on the survival of consciousness. He was writing about a specific death in a specific room on a specific afternoon. He was writing about the man who had argued that genuine philosophy was the practice of separating the soul from the distractions of the body, and who had therefore on his own account spent his entire life preparing to die. He was writing, at a distance of many years, about the day he could not bring himself to attend. The Phaedo ends with Socrates' last words recorded simply and without embellishment. He had been covered with cloth. A moment before he died, he uncovered his face and told a friend to make sure a ritual offering was made to the god of medicine. Then he said nothing more. Plato writes that Phaedo, narrating this later, says it was the best death of any man he'd ever seen. Coming from a student who had been there in the room, watching the hemlock do its work, that judgment carries a weight that philosophical argument cannot fully account for. The Phaedo is a book about immortality that works on the reader. not primarily through its arguments, but through its portrait of a man dying, as though death was simply the next part of a conversation he expected to continue somewhere else. Whether Plato believed every argument the dialogue makes is genuinely uncertain. The acknowledged weaknesses in the text suggest a writer who was being honest about the limits of what philosophy could demonstrate, even in the case he most wanted philosophy to win. At the end of the Phaedo, Socrates drinks the hemlock as though completing a proof rather than ending a life. It is one of the most composed endings in ancient literature. The question it leaves, which Plato did not answer, and perhaps could not answer, is whether the composure represented genuine philosophical certainty or something more complicated. A man who argued that the unexamined life was not worth living had examined his own death with extraordinary thoroughness. Whether that examination resolved into belief or simply into courage, the Phaedo cannot finally tell us. Letters from Dionysius II were persistent, and they were clever. The young tyrant wrote that he had been studying philosophy seriously since Plato's departure. He expressed what read as genuine intellectual enthusiasm. He also applied pressure through Dion, writing that if Plato returned, Dion's situation might improve, that the exile might be reviewed, that the relationship between uncle and nephew might be repaired with philosophical mediation present. It was exactly the kind of argument that was difficult to dismiss without abandoning the position the Republic had laid out, that philosophers are obligated to engage with power when engagement is possible. Plato resisted. He wrote back explaining his concerns. He consulted with Archytas of Tarentum, a Pythagorean mathematician and statesman who was one of the most trusted figures in Plato's extended intellectual circle and who had connections with Syracuse. Archytas sent assurances about Dionysius' sincerity. Dion, in Athens at the Academy, urged Plato to go. Around 361 before the Common Era, Plato sailed to Syracuse for the third time. He was approximately 66 years old. What he found was immediately wrong. Dionysius had indeed been engaged with philosophy after a fashion. He had read widely, or claimed to. He had discussed philosophical questions with the thinkers at his court. But the quality of his engagement was precisely what Plato's own psychology of the soul predicted for a person who had encountered philosophy as an adult, without the foundational formation of genuine philosophical education from youth. He had acquired the vocabulary without the discipline. He could speak about the forms without having done the work of turning his soul toward them. He was, to use the cave's terms, a man who had been shown the entrance to the tunnel and had decided the interesting part was explaining the tunnel's existence to others, not walking through it. Dion's situation did not improve. The letters that had promised reconciliation had been a negotiating position, not a commitment. The property in Syracuse that Dion had left behind, managed for him during the exile, was transferred by Dionysius to other purposes. Whatever promises had been made, implicitly or explicitly, about Dion's return were quietly set aside. The atmosphere in the court grew oppressive. Plato was not in chains. He was not officially a prisoner. He was a guest who had been separated from his means of departure. The mercenary soldiers who formed part of the Syracusan military and who had connections to Dion received messages suggesting their allegiance to Dion was under scrutiny. The court factions that had organised Dion's initial exile were fully aware of what Plato represented, and they worked, steadily and without drama, to ensure that nothing changed. Plato's letters from this period, preserved in the collection scholars call the Seventh Letter, convey something of what this experience felt like from the inside. He writes with a measured precision that barely conceals the controlled frustration beneath it. He had made a judgment in coming. Judgment had been wrong. Not entirely wrong in its reasoning, because the reasons Archytas and Dion had given were genuine reasons, but wrong in its assessment of the person at the centre of the plan, and that was the failure that counted. The rescue came from outside. Archytas of Tarentum, learning of Plato's situation, sent an embassy to Syracuse on a diplomatic pretext that gave Dionysius a graceful opportunity to release his philosophical guest, without it appearing to be a capitulation. Dionysius took it. The ship that carried the Tarentine embassy carried Plato back across the sea toward Greece. He arrived in Athens. He returned to the academy. He was in his late 60s, and he had just come back from his third attempt to bring philosophy and political power into the same room. He never left Athens again. Plato returned to Athens, having survived the thing he had walked into with open eyes. The academy was there. The students were there. Aristotle was there, 20 years younger, still asking the questions that were quietly accumulating into an alternative to everything Plato had built. And Dion, patient through years of exile, had made a decision. He was going back to Syracuse, not as a philosopher's emissary this time, as a general. In 357, before the Common Era, Dion raised a mercenary force of approximately 800 men and sailed for Sicily. The operation was audacious and initially astonishing in its success. Dionysius II was away from Syracuse when Dion landed. The population of the city, which had endured decades of rule by Dionysius I, was not warmly disposed toward the sun, received Dion with something close to enthusiasm. He entered Syracuse with minimal resistance and established himself as the city's effective leader within days of landing. For a brief moment, it looked as though the long argument had produced its result. The man Plato had spent 30 years describing as philosophy's best political hope was standing in the city the Republic had argued could be transformed. He had the loyalty of the population, the neutrality or support of the military factions, and the absence of the ruler he had displaced. The window was real. What Dion did with it was instructive, but not in the way Plato would have wished. Power has a grammar that Plato's philosophy described precisely, and that Plato's political hopes consistently underestimated. The grammar includes the management of factions, the distribution of resources, calibration of promises, the suppression of rivals. Dion understood this grammar in the abstract, but in practice, under the pressure of actual governance, philosophical formation that Plato believed would produce a ruler different in kind from ordinary tyrants, turned out to produce a ruler different only in degree. Dion grew suspicious of potential rivals within his own coalition. He acted against them. The coalition that had welcomed him began to fragment. He also made an error that Plato's own account of the soul's spirited element should have predicted. Dion was a proud man. Pride, in Plato's psychology, belongs to the thumos, the spirited part. In a properly ordered soul, reason governs spirit. In a pressured political environment, with real enemies, real decisions and real consequences arriving daily. The discipline that philosophical formation was supposed to maintain is tested by exactly the conditions that governance produces. Dion's spirited element, his sense of honour, his unwillingness to be seen as weak or easily managed, drove several of his crucial decisions in directions that reason, left to govern clearly, might have modified. He was assassinated in 354 before the Common Era by a man named Callippus, an Athenian who had accompanied Dion's expedition and who had been, at some point, a member of the Academy. The philosophical formation had not prevented the killing. It had helped recruit the killer. The news reached Plato in Athens. He was around 73 years old. The seventh letter, which most scholars believe Plato wrote in the period following Dion's death, addressed to Dion's surviving supporters in Syracuse, is his most directly personal piece of philosophical writing. It describes the Sicilian experiences, the 3 voyages, the hopes, the assessments, the failures, with a precision that reads as the work of a man deciding what he actually believed, as distinct from what his philosophy had argued he should believe. What Plato concluded was not that the project had been wrong in principle. He concluded that it had required the right person at the right moment with the right prior formation, and that none of those conditions had fully obtained in Syracuse. Dion had been the closest, and even Dion in the event had fallen short. It was an honest conclusion. Whether it was a sufficient one, whether the philosophical project he had built his life around could survive this many honest reckoning with its own failure, was the question Plato would spend his remaining years trying to answer. The man Plato had believed was philosophy's best political hope had died in a city he had briefly governed. He was killed by someone who had walked through the academy's gates. And Plato, the philosopher who had argued most carefully that knowledge of the good would produce good action, was left writing letters about why it hadn't. The answer he arrived at in those letters was not a refutation of the argument. It was something more uncomfortable than that. The Laws is the longest work Plato ever wrote. It is also the least read. Where the Republic is vivid, dramatically staged, built around the charged conversation between Socrates and his interlocutors, the Laws is something different, slower, more deliberate, composed in a register that feels genuinely aged. The main speaker is simply called the Athenian stranger. Socrates does not appear. It is as though, in this final work, Plato had decided to step out from behind the mask of his teacher and speak in a voice that was unambiguously his own. The shift in the subject is just as significant as the shift in voice. The Republic asked what a perfectly just city would look like, and answered by describing a city that could only exist if the right people governed it with the right knowledge. The Laws begins from a different premise. It asks what the best city looks like given that human beings are the way they actually are. Not ideally formed, not educated from childhood in a structure designed to produce philosophical rulers. Just people as they exist, with the mixed, sometimes contradictory, often appetite-driven characters that Plato's own psychology described. The city the Laws designs is still orderly. It still has a governing council, still places restrictions on behaviour, still insists on a kind of public education that shapes character rather than merely transmitting skills. But it is governed by law rather than by the wisdom of philosopher kings. The insight driving this substitution is significant. Plato had come to believe, or perhaps had always believed, and was now willing to write plainly, that the philosopher king of the Republic was a standard, not an expectation. No actual person could be trusted with the kind of unchecked power the Republic's guardians theoretically held. The rule of law was less perfect than the rule of genuine wisdom. It was also the only form of rule that human nature in its actual condition could sustain without corruption. This was not a retraction of the Republic's argument. It was its realistic extension. The Republic had described the ideal. The Laws was describing the achievable. Within the gap between those two works lay 30 years of watching the ideal encounter the actual in Syracuse, in Athens, in the lives of students who had passed through the academy, gone out to govern real cities with real constraints. The Laws also addresses religion in a way the Republic had not. Plato argues in the Laws for mandatory state religion, not as a concession to popular superstition, but as a philosophical position. He believed that atheism, or more precisely the denial of divine providence, divine concern for human affairs, was corrosive to the kind of civic character that good governance required. The argument is not confident in the way the Republic's arguments are confident. It is the argument of someone who has had to think about what holds a community together, and philosophical formation cannot be universally achieved. What the Laws ultimately revealed was the distance Plato had travelled from the young aristocrat who had expected to govern Athens, and had instead spent his life arguing about what governance should be. The Republic was in some ways the work of a man who still believed the gap between the ideal and the actual could be crossed by finding the right people and giving them the right education. The Laws was the work of a man who had tested that belief exhaustively and decided that law, imperfect and inflexible as it was a more reliable guardian of justice than any individual's virtue. He was still working on it when he died. The Laws was unfinished on wax tablets when Plato died. It was later edited and organised by a student named Philip of Opus. What Plato would have done with the final sections, what adjustments he might have made, what he might have reconsidered in the last months of composition, no one knows. But the work that survived, incomplete as it was, pointed towards something that the Republic's admirers have often preferred to overlook. Even Plato, in the end, concluded that the philosopher king could not save the city. Only law could do that. And law is, by definition, the second best option. When Plato died, around 348 or 347 before the Common Era, the question of who would lead the academy was not straightforward. Aristotle had been there for 20 years. He was, by any intellectual measure, the most formidable thinker the institution had produced. He had mastered the full range of Platonic philosophy, could argue it in detail, contributed to its development through his own work and through the quality of his engagement in the academy's discussions. If the leadership of a philosophical school passed by intellectual succession, it should have been his. It did not pass to him. The headship went to Plato's nephew, Speusippus. Whether this was Plato's explicit wish or simply the result of family convention, Aristotle left Athens. He went first to Assos in Asia Minor, where he spent several years, then to Lesbos, and eventually to Macedonia, where he was engaged to tutor a 13-year-old prince named Alexander. He returned to Athens around 335 and founded his own school in the gymnasium called the Lyceum, on the opposite side of the city from the academy. The philosophy he taught there was, in almost every structural way, opposed to what the academy had taught. Not hostile, not polemical, but genuinely alternative in its premises. Where Plato had argued that knowledge required moving away from sensory experience toward abstract forms, Aristotle argued that reality was most fully found precisely in the physical world, in particular things, individual organisms, actual political communities. Where Plato had located the universal in a separate realm of forms, Aristotle located it in the structures immanent within particular things. The form of a horse, for Aristotle, was not somewhere else. It was in horses. His famous objection to the theory of forms preserved in his Metaphysics is sometimes called the third man argument. If the form of man explains what particular men have in common, then there must be a further form explaining what particular men and the form of man have in common, and then a further form for that, and so on. The forms, Aristotle argued, did not explain particulars. He generated an explanatory regress that made the original problem worse. This was not a dismissal. Aristotle had spent 20 years taking Platonism seriously enough to find where it broke. His biology, his physics, his ethics, his politics, his literary criticism, his logic. All of them were systematic responses to questions Plato had raised, using methods that Plato's academy had helped develop, reaching conclusions that Plato would have disputed at almost every point. What makes this rupture historically remarkable is its scale. The two largest philosophical traditions in Western history flow directly from this one institution and this one relationship. Platonism and Aristotelianism would divide medieval theology, but organize the rediscovery of ancient thought during the Renaissance, would frame debates in modern philosophy about universals and particulars, about idealism and realism, about the relationship between reason and experience, that are still ongoing. The mind of the school, as Plato had called him, had left. And in leaving, he had not abandoned Platonism. He had fractured it into a second tradition that was, in certain respects, its mirror. Equally systematic, equally ambitious, equally convinced that the world can be rationally understood, just as certain as its predecessor that its predecessor was wrong about how. Aristotle rejected the world of forms. He spent the next 30 years building a system that covered biology, astronomy, logic, ethics, and politics with a comprehensiveness that no single thinker before or since has matched. And every question he chose to answer was a question Plato had placed on the table. The most successful critic of Plato's answers was also, in every question he asked, his most faithful intellectual descendant. There is a problem at the centre of Plato's legacy that most introductions to his philosophy prefer to skip over. Aristotle, writing in his own works, refers multiple times to teachings of Plato that do not appear in the dialogues. He describes Plato's doctrine of two ultimate principles, the one and the indefinite dyad, as foundational to his metaphysics. He attributes to Plato a mathematical theory of the forms, but the dialogues never articulated anything close to the detail Aristotle's references suggest. He writes as though there is a version of Platonism more systematic and more technical than anything the public text contained, a version that Plato communicated orally within the academy to students who had completed the full course of preparation. Other ancient sources support this. Aristoxenus, a student of Aristotle's, describes a public lecture that Plato gave on the good, which apparently caused bewilderment among many in the audience because it consisted largely of mathematical arguments, not the kind of philosophical conversation they had expected from the author of the dialogues. The audience, who had come expecting wisdom about happiness and living well, found themselves listening to a technical discussion of unity, number, and limit. Most of them left confused. The scholarly tradition that takes these references seriously is called the Tübingen School, after the German university where it was most systematically developed in the 20th century. Its proponents argue that the dialogues Plato published were not his complete philosophical system, but a public introduction to it, designed to attract serious students and orient them toward the right questions, without prematurely exposing them to the technical core of his thought. The real Plato in this reading is partially hidden behind the text the world has spent 2,000 years studying. The implications are significant. If the unwritten doctrines tradition is correct, with the dialogue's characteristic habit of ending without full resolution, the aporia that runs through even the most apparently constructive texts was not a sign of philosophical uncertainty. It was a design feature. The questions were deliberately left open to produce the kind of genuine perplexity that would drive serious students toward the deep teaching Plato reserved for those prepared to receive it. Against this view, other scholars argue that Aristotle's references reflect his own interpretive framework being imposed on Plato, that the mathematical doctrines Aristotle describes are his own reconstruction of what the theory of forms must imply, rather than a distinct teaching Plato communicated separately. On this reading, the dialogues are what they appear to be, Plato's genuine philosophical work, not the outer layer of a hidden system. The debate has not been resolved. It may not be resolvable given the evidence available. What it leaves is a peculiar situation for Plato's legacy, the possibility that the most extensively studied philosophical corpus in Western history is an elaborate foreword to a book that was never written down. Plato argued more forcefully than any ancient thinker that genuine truth should be pursued without compromise and communicated to those capable of receiving it. If the unwritten doctrines tradition is right, he spent his career building a careful public architecture around a private philosophical interior he shared with almost no one. A philosopher of the form of truth may have been its most sophisticated practitioner of selective disclosure. Whether that is a contradiction or a final subtle lesson depends entirely on what you believe philosophy is ultimately for. Plato died around 348 or 347 before the Common Era. He was approximately 80 years old, a remarkable span for the ancient world. The manner of his death is recorded variously in ancient sources. One account, which has become the most often repeated, holds that he died peacefully in his sleep after attending a wedding feast. Another describes him dying at his writing desk. A third simply says that he died of old age, the most ordinary of endings. He was, by any ancient standard, fortunate in this. He had lived long enough to see the academy firmly established across 2 generations of students. He had written more philosophical texts than any thinker before him, across more subjects, with more sustained internal coherence. He had done the thing the allegory of the cave had argued the philosopher must do. He had returned from the sunlight repeatedly, to Syracuse, to Athens' political life, to the corridors of power he found both necessary and exhausting. He had tried. He had written it all down. The Laws was still on wax tablets when he died, its final sections unordered, requiring the editorial work of his student Philip of Opus to bring it to something like a completed form. It is an image worth holding, the longest work of the most systematic philosopher of the ancient world, not quite finished, being handed to the next generation to complete. What he had not lived to see was enormous. He did not see his student Aristotle found the Lyceum and build a rival tradition that would compete with Platonism for every generation that followed. He did not see Alexander of Macedon, Aristotle's own student, conquer the Persian Empire and carry Greek culture to the borders of India, creating the Hellenistic world in which Platonic ideas would circulate across a vastly wider geography than Athens had ever commanded. He did not see the city of Alexandria become the greatest centre of learning in the ancient Mediterranean, and he did not see Platonic philosophy become one of the central intellectual streams flowing into that city's extraordinary libraries and schools. He also did not see, and could not have anticipated, the degree to which his work would eventually be absorbed into religions he had no knowledge of. The Neoplatonists of the 3rd century of the Common Era would make his philosophy the foundation of a form of intellectual spirituality. The early Christian thinkers would find in the forms a philosophical framework for the doctrine of divine ideas. The Islamic philosophers of Baghdad and Cordoba would translate and transmit his work across centuries when it was largely inaccessible in Europe. None of that was visible from the Academy in 347. What was visible was the work he had left, the dialogues in their extraordinary range covering epistemology and cosmology, ethics and politics, love and beauty and death, constituted something no single person had produced before. A complete attempt to address the full range of questions that human life raises, using the method Socrates had developed and that Athens had decided was dangerous enough to prosecute. The city that had killed his teacher did not formally remember Plato in any documented public ceremony. The Academy marked his death privately. He was buried, ancient sources suggest, in the grove of Academus itself, near the institution he had built. The Academy would survive him by 9 centuries, the dialogues by more than 2,000 years. But that survival was never straightforward. In every era that read Plato made him into something that served its own purposes. The man who had argued most insistently for eternal, unchanging truth was about to become the most thoroughly reinvented figure in the history of thought. 3 centuries after Plato died, a philosopher named Plotinus sat in Rome and wrote a series of treatises that he collected under the title The Enneads. Plotinus had never met Plato. He had read the dialogues, absorbed them, turned them over for decades, and arrived at a philosophical system he was entirely confident was simply Platonism correctly understood. He was wrong, in the sense that his Platonism differed from what Plato had written in ways both significant and numerous. He was also right in the sense that the questions Plato had asked about the relationship between the one and the many, between the eternal and the temporal, between the soul's aspiration and the world's resistance to it, structured everything Plotinus subsequently thought. He did not think he was creating Neoplatonism. He thought he was reading Plato carefully. This is the pattern that repeats across 23 centuries. Augustine of Hippo, writing in North Africa in the late 4th and early 5th centuries of the Common Era, found in Plato's account of the forms a philosophical architecture that could support Christian theology. The eternal, perfect ideas existing in the mind of God became a way of thinking about divine creation that Greek philosophy had prepared and Christian revelation had completed. Augustine was not distorting Plato by his own account. He was discovering where Plato had been pointing all along. Islamic philosophers of the 9th and 10th centuries, working in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad and in the courts of Cordoba in Al-Andalus, translated and transmitted Plato's dialogues into Arabic, often encountering them through Neoplatonic summaries rather than the originals. What reached them was already a transformed Plato shaped by centuries of commentary. What they sent back to Europe, through translations into Latin in the 12th century, was a Plato filtered through Greek, Arabic and Neoplatonic lenses, a figure of extraordinary authority carrying a set of ideas that had been reshaped by each civilization that had passed them on. the Renaissance rediscovery of the original Greek dialogues, made possible in the 15th century as Greek-speaking scholars arrived in Italy following the fall of Constantinople, produced another reinvention. Cosimo de' Medici hearing a translation of a Platonic dialogue at a banquet in Florence. Plato's works. Implicitly, a logician. Continental European philosophy is the political thinker and the metaphysician, the one who's with portraits are drawn from same texts, neither is complete. We began this story with a question: how does a more comprehensively than almost anyone else? The answer has been present throughout, in the structure of the failure itself. Plato's philosophy was not a system designed to succeed on the terms that the cities of his time used to measure success. It was a system designed to make certain questions impossible to stop asking. What is justice, really? What do we actually know that is distinct from what we think we know? What kind of person should govern, and why? These questions were already urgent in 4th century Athens. They're not less urgent now. Athens executed Socrates. It ignored the Republic. It contributed nothing permanent to the Academy's 9 centuries of existence. And yet the questions that Athens' refusal forced Plato to keep asking are still being argued about in every philosophy department, theology faculty, and political theory seminar in the world. The Unfinished City turned out to be the only kind that lasts. If this story stayed with you, consider subscribing to The Long Shadow. We explore the lives that continue shaping the world we live in. And I'm curious, what surprised you most about Plato? Was it the man, or the gap between the man and the legend? Let me know in the comments. Plato opened the Republic with a question: what is justice? And spent 360 pages not quite answering it. That resolution, which looks like a failure and functions like an invitation, may be the most honest move in his entire philosophical life. Athens refused him. Sicily refused him. The world refused to become the city in words that he had spent his career constructing. And yet here we are, still arguing about it. The city was never built. The argument never ended. Perhaps for Plato, those two facts were always the same fact, viewed from different directions. To nighttime biographies. In the fading light of a spring afternoon in 399 BC, an old man sits in a small prison cell in Athens, surrounded by his grieving friends. He is 70 years old, his body still vigorous despite the decades, his mind as sharp as it has ever been. Outside the cell, the city goes about its business, unaware that it is about to commit an act so monstrous that it will echo through 2,500 years of human history. The jailer enters carrying a clay cup. Inside is hemlock, ground from the poisonous plant and mixed with water. The man who must drink it shows no fear. He has spent the entire day in philosophical conversation, discussing the immortality of the soul with the calm detachment of someone analysing a geometric proof. His friends are weeping openly, some cannot bear to watch, but the old man takes the cup without hesitation. He asks if he can pour a libation to the gods. The jailer says there is only enough poison for the fatal dose, no more. The old man smiles at this detail, finding humour even now. He lifts the cup to his lips and drinks it down in one steady motion, as if it were nothing more than wine at a symposium. Then he begins to walk around the cell as instructed until his legs grow heavy. His name is Socrates, and Athens, the city he loves, the city he has spent his entire life trying to improve through relentless questioning and philosophical inquiry, has just sentenced him to death for the crime of making people think. He lies down on the simple bed. The poison works its way upward from his feet, numbing his body gradually, inexorably. He remains conscious until the end, still talking, still teaching, still maintaining the examined life he has always preached. When the numbness reaches his abdomen, he speaks his final words to his friend Crito. We owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt and do not neglect it. Asclepius is the god of healing. The sacrifice of a rooster is a traditional offering after recovery from illness. In his last breath, Socrates suggests that death is a cure, a healing, a release from the sickness of life itself. Then the numbness reaches his heart, and the wisest man in Athens is still. Consider the strangeness of what has just happened. The democratic city, proud of its freedom and its culture, has just executed its most brilliant citizen for asking questions. A man who never took money for his teaching, who claimed to know nothing, who spent his days in the marketplace engaging anyone who would talk with him about virtue and justice and the good life, has been condemned as a corrupter of youth and an enemy of the gods. This was not a tyrant's decree. This was democracy in action. 500 Athenian citizens, ordinary men chosen by lot, voted for his death. They heard the evidence, such as it was. They listened to his defense, which was more of a lecture than a plea for mercy. And they decided that Athens would be better off without him. They were catastrophically wrong. The execution of Socrates would become the defining failure of Athenian democracy, an act so shameful that it would haunt Western civilization forever. The questions Socrates asked, the method he invented, the life he lived, these would prove far more durable than the verdict that condemned him. But to understand how this happened, to grasp how a stonemason's son became the father of Western philosophy, and why his own city killed him for it, we must go back to the beginning, to a world very different from our own, where Athens was rising toward its golden age, and a boy was born who would change human thought forever. Before we begin this journey into the ancient world, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It's a simple gesture that means a great deal to me and helps bring more stories like this to life. I'm always curious to know where in the world you're watching from tonight, so please leave a comment and tell me. And now let the noise of the modern world fade away as we travel back 2,500 years to the Athens of Socrates. The Athens into which Socrates was born in 469 BC was a city discovering itself, a place on the brink of becoming the intellectual centre of the Greek world, though no one knew it yet. The great buildings that would define classical Athens, Parthenon, Propylaea, the Temple of Athena Nike, these did not yet exist. The Acropolis was still scarred from the Persian Wars, its temples burned by the invading army just 11 years before Socrates' birth. Something was stirring in this small city-state at the edge of the Aegean. Athens had helped defeat the Persian Empire, the greatest military power the world had ever seen. The Greeks, outnumbered and outmatched, had driven back King Xerxes and his massive army. At Marathon, at Salamis, at Plataea, the impossible had happened. Free citizens fighting for their own cities had defeated an empire built on conquest and slavery. The victory changed Athens fundamentally. The city had not been a major power before the Persian Wars. Sparta was the acknowledged military leader of Greece. Corinth was wealthier. But Athens had contributed the most ships to the Greek fleet, and it was Athenian strategy and Athenian courage that had won the naval battle at Salamis, the turning point of the war. In the aftermath, Athens created the Delian League, ostensibly an alliance of Greek city-states to defend against future Persian aggression. In reality, it was an Athenian empire. The League's treasury, initially kept on the sacred island of Delos, would be moved to Athens. The tribute paid by member cities would fund the great building projects and support the democracy that was emerging as Athens' distinctive contribution to political life. Democracy. The word itself was almost new, coined perhaps just a generation or two before Socrates' birth. It meant rule by the demos, the people, not rule by the best men, aristocracy, not rule by the wealthy, plutocracy, not rule by a single king, rule by the citizens themselves, gathered in assembly to debate and vote on the affairs of state. It was a radical experiment. Most Greek cities were ruled by oligarchies, small groups of wealthy families who controlled political power. Sparta had its strange dual kingship and its rigid military society. But Athens was trying something different, something that seemed to many Greeks dangerous and unstable. The democracy of 469 BC was not yet the mature system it would become by Socrates' adulthood. Pericles, the great democratic leader who would dominate Athenian politics for a generation, was just beginning his career. The reforms that would extend political participation to the poorest citizens were still being implemented, but the essential principle was established. Every male citizen of Athens, regardless of wealth or family background, had the right to speak in the assembly and to vote on matters of war and peace, law and policy. This was the city into which Socrates was born, sometime in the early summer of 469 BC. The exact date is not recorded. The Athenians did not keep careful birth records for common citizens, and Socrates' family was decidedly common. His father was named Sophroniscus. He was a stoneworker, a man who carved marble and limestone for building projects and monuments. It was skilled labour, respectable work, but not prestigious. Sophroniscus owned no great estate. He did not belong to the aristocratic families whose genealogies stretched back to the heroes of myth. He was a craftsman, a man who worked with his hands. Socrates' mother was Phaenaretin. According to later tradition, she was a midwife, a woman who assisted at births. The symbolism would not be lost on Socrates' followers. He would describe his own philosophical method as meutic, the art of midwifery. Just as his mother helped women give birth to children, Socrates helped men give birth to ideas. The family lived in the Dame of Alapes, one of the small local districts that made up Greater Athens. It was not a fashionable neighbourhood. There were no grand houses here, no gardens where wealthy citizens held symposia. This was a working district, home to craftsmen and small farmers, people who made their living through labour rather than land or trade. The child was named Socrates. The name was not uncommon in Athens, derived from essos, meaning safe or sound, and kratos, meaning power or strength, sound strength, or safe power. It was a good solid name for a stoneworker's son, though it would come to mean something very different to later generations. We know almost nothing about Socrates' early childhood. He left no writings. The sources we have, primarily his students Plato and Xenophon, and the comic playwright Aristophanes who mocked him, focus on his adult life and teachings. The boy himself remains invisible to history, but we can reconstruct the world he inhabited. As the son of a craftsman, young Socrates would have grown up in his father's workshop, learning the trade that was expected to be his livelihood. Stone carving was demanding work. It required strength to handle the heavy tools and marble blocks. It required precision to carve clean lines and smooth surfaces. It required patience to work slowly and carefully, knowing that a single mistake could ruin hours of labour. The workshop was practically attached to the family home, a modest structure with a few rooms opening onto a small courtyard. The family would have lived simply. They could afford slaves, at least one or two, as even families of moderate means typically did in Athens. There was no surplus wealth for luxury. Young Socrates would have spent his days watching his father work, learning to hold the chisel at the proper angle, understanding how different stones required different approaches. marble, limestone, granite. Each had its own character, its own way of responding to the tools. Good stoneworker learned to read the stone, to find its natural lines of strength and weakness, to work with the material not against it. Socrates was growing up in Athens. Athens was changing. The city was filling with ideas, arguments, and new ways of thinking about the world. The great dramatists were beginning their work. Aeschylus, who had fought at Marathon, was writing tragedies that explored the relationship between humans and gods, between fate and choice, between justice and power. And there were teachers, new kinds of teachers, who called themselves sophists. These were men who travelled from city to city, claiming to teach virtue, rhetoric, and the skills needed for success in public life. They charged fees, sometimes substantial ones, for their instruction. The wealthy young men of Athens flocked to them, eager to learn the arts of persuasion that would help them succeed in the democratic assembly and the law courts. Young Socrates would have heard about these sophists, perhaps even seen them in the Agora, the great marketplace that was the heart of Athenian public life. But such teaching was far beyond his family's means. If Socrates was to receive any education beyond his father's craft, it would have to come through the basic schooling available to Athenian boys of modest families. That education, such as it was, focused on 3 areas, each designed to shape the complete citizen that Athens required. First came literacy and numeracy, taught by a teacher called a grammatist. Young Socrates would have learned his letters by writing them on a wax tablet with a stylus, the same tool his father used to mark measurements on stone. The alphabet itself was a relatively recent innovation. The Greeks had borrowed it from the Phoenicians just a few centuries earlier and adapted it by adding vowels, creating the most efficient writing system the ancient world had yet produced. Reading meant primarily reading Homer. The Iliad and the Odyssey were not just literature to the Greeks, but sacred texts, repositories of wisdom, models of heroic virtue, and catalogues of the gods and their deeds. Every educated Athenian could recite passages from memory. The stories of Achilles and Odysseus, of Troy and the journey home. These form the foundation of Greek cultural identity. Arithmetic was essential for a commercial society. Young Socrates learned to add and subtract, to calculate areas and volumes, to handle the basic mathematics of trade and taxation. The Greeks used letters for numbers, which made calculation more difficult than our modern system. But they developed remarkable sophistication in geometry, which they saw as revealing eternal truths beneath the chaos of the physical world. Second came music, taught by Epicytharists. Music for the Greeks was not mere entertainment. It was a force that shaped the soul, that could cultivate virtue or encourage vice depending on its character. Young Socrates learned to play the lyre, the most common stringed instrument, and to sing. He memorized traditional songs, many of them ancient paeans to the gods or commemorations of historical events. The Greeks believed that different musical modes produced different effects on character. The Dorian mode was thought to encourage courage and steadiness. The Phrygian mode inspired martial spirit. Other modes were considered dangerous, likely to make young men soft or encourage dissolute behaviour. Music was thus a moral education as much as an artistic one. Third came gymnastics, the physical training that took place in the Palestra, the wrestling school. This was perhaps the most important part of Athenian education, reflecting a culture that valued physical excellence alongside intellectual development. The ideal was kalokagathia, beauty and goodness, the unity of physical and moral virtue. In the Palestra, young Socrates learned wrestling, the most prestigious of Greek sports. He learned to run, both short sprints and longer distances. He threw the discus and the javelin. He practiced jumping, using weights to increase distance. All of this was done naked, as was the Greek custom. The word gymnasium literally means place of nakedness. The training was intense and sometimes brutal. Boys wrestled in sand mixed with oil, grappling struggling until someone submitted or could not continue. Injuries were common, but the Palestra was also a social centre where boys formed friendships, competed for honour, and learned the values of their class. Socrates received this basic education, though he would later question many of its assumptions. We know he could read and write, though he chose never to write anything himself, believing that written words could not respond to questions or adapt to different audiences. We know he had some musical training, though he was not particularly accomplished, and he would later compose his first poems only while waiting for execution. And we know he underwent the physical training expected of an Athenian citizen, though his appearance in adulthood, stocky and ungainly, would suggest he was no athlete. But what set Socrates apart from other boys receiving the standard education was not any exceptional talent in these areas. It was something else, something that began emerging during these formative years: capacity for intense concentration, an ability to become so absorbed in thought